Hello there. Welcome to All About Earth. In the profound stillness of our present moment, as the day's last light softens into twilight, we often find ourselves drawn to the distant echoes of time, seeking whispers from ages long past. Can the immutable patterns of our planet's ancient history, written in stone and starlight, reveal a hidden continuity that soothes the modern mind? Tonight, let us gently unfurl the scrolls of Earth's deep past, delving into a chapter woven with warmth, motion, and colossal life, the Jurassic Period. This journey is not a brisk march through scientific facts, but a languid drift, a quiet contemplation of a world that was both wondrously alien and profoundly familiar. It is an invitation to let your thoughts meander through ancient landscapes, allowing the subtle currents of time to carry you into a state of deep, untroubled calm. As we begin this tranquil descent into primordial eras, let the gentle rhythm of discovery cradle your awareness, releasing any lingering tensions from your day. This exploration is designed not to awaken, but to guide you softly towards the deep, restorative currents of sleep, where cosmic tales blend with personal peace. Imagine a time stretching back 200 million years, when the very notion of humanity was an unimaginable whisper in the planet's vast, unfolding story. This was an epoch before our cities cast their glittering lights across the land, before our species took its first tentative steps, even before the continents had settled into their familiar shapes. It was the Jurassic, an era that often conjures images of thundering footsteps and tooth-filled roars from cinematic fables. Yet, the truth, as always, is far more intricate, imbued with a nuanced strangeness and a detailed richness that popular culture barely hints at. Together, we shall step into this ancient realm, not with hurried strides or an urgent quest, but with the quiet patience of an observer gazing from a train window, allowing the panorama of a forgotten world to slowly drift into view. There is no need to rush, no pressure to grasp every detail instantly. Simply let the narrative unfold, like geological strata beneath your feet, forming a landscape of the mind. Before we truly embark, allow me a moment to acknowledge where you are right now, in your own quiet space. For these voyages through deep time are not solely about Earth's journey through epochs past. They are also about your personal moment, your gentle present. As you listen, in the hushed chambers of your own thoughts, consider the hour. Has the day drawn to a close, with the ambient light dimmed, perhaps a cooler air settling around you, your body naturally yearning for the embrace of rest? Or is it still earlier, with the world outside stirring, yet you have deliberately carved out this precious pause, this small sanctuary just for yourself? Are you nestled in the comfort of your home, perhaps in bed or on a soft couch? Or are you in an entirely different setting, headphones softly conveying you into another dimension of time and space? However you have arrived here, know that this moment is precisely the right one. You have already created the space for this tranquil interlude, and that is all that is required to join me on this reflective path. If this gentle, meandering exploration of the cosmos and our ancient Earth resonates with your spirit, if you find solace in learning without pressure, without the hurried pace or the sharp, angular presentations that science sometimes assumes, then a quiet tap of the like button or a gentle subscription would be deeply appreciated. It helps this tranquil corner of scientific calm reach other wanderers who too might be seeking a soft landing, a peaceful intellectual haven at the close of a long day. It ensures that this pathway remains open, a haven for anyone who wishes to absorb the wonders of the world, while simultaneously allowing their shoulders to release their burdens and their thoughts to loosen their grip. And so, with a quiet breath, let us begin to ease ourselves into the heart of the Jurassic. This period was far more than a mere backdrop for the colossal forms of ancient reptiles. It was a living, breathing span of time, unfurling from approximately 2,000 million years ago to around 145 million years ago. Take a moment to truly contemplate the immensity of that stretch, the entirety of recorded human history, with all its civilizations rising and falling, its technologies invented and superseded, its cultures leaving their fleeting marks only to fade, would appear as no more than a brief, inconsequential flicker against the monumental sweep of the Jurassic. Yet, despite this unfathomable gulf of years, were you to suddenly find yourself transported to that distant epoch, the Earth would not feel entirely alien to your senses. The sun, a familiar golden orb, would still perform its daily ballet, rising in the morning to paint the nascent landscapes and gracefully setting in the evening. The moon, a luminous sentinel in the night sky, would still exert its subtle gravitational pull upon the vast oceans, drawing forth tides that, while perhaps a touch stronger due to its closer celestial embrace, would nonetheless feel strangely familiar. Clouds would still assemble in dramatic formations. Rain would continue its ancient descent. Rivers would persistently sculpt their valleys, and forests would rise in verdant majesty. You would recognize so much, even as you absorbed the profound difference. The Jurassic proudly occupied the central act of the Mesozoic era, an epoch colloquially and perhaps misleadingly termed the Age of Dinosaurs. But it is crucial in our gentle wanderings to remember that its narrative was not solely, nor even predominantly about these magnificent reptiles. That convenient phrase, while evocative, tends to obscure the vibrant tapestry of myriad life forms and geological dramas unfolding simultaneously. Plants, in their astonishing diversity, were continuously spreading their green dominion and evolving in intricate new ways. The primordial oceans teemed with a breathtaking array of aquatic life, housing forms and shapes that have long since vanished from our world. Beneath the surface, the continents themselves were engaged in a slow, inexorable ballet of separation, gradually rearranging the colossal puzzle pieces of land and sea that would, over immense spans of time, coalesce into the planetary configuration we recognize today. Volcanoes like fiery architects tirelessly sculpted mountains, while powerful storms swept across newly formed wide-open coasts. It was an age defined by the restlessness of the planet itself, and life in an exquisite dance of adaptation constantly mirrored and matched that profound energy, ceaselessly changing, growing, and diversifying. Imagine, if you will, a quiet, contemplative stroll into that ancient world. The very first sensation to greet you would likely be the pervasive warmth. This was a true greenhouse. Earth, significantly warmer than our contemporary planet. Since there were no vast, gleaming polar ice caps, even the highest latitudes basked in a more temperate embrace, far removed from the icy desolation we associate with them today. The air itself would feel heavier, imbued with a greater density of moisture, lending it a palpable humidity. You would inhale it deeply and discern an unmistakable difference. Not uncomfortably so, perhaps, but distinctly. Around you, the landscape would unfurl into endless forests. Yet, these would not be the familiar groves of oak or maple. Instead, colossal conifers would dominate, their thick ancient trunks reaching skyward, their myriad needles forming vast verdant canopies that whispered with the breath of the wind. Beneath them, cycads, with their stout, often barrel-like stems and distinct crown-like tops of stiff palm-like leaves, would stand in dense, sculptural clusters. Ferns in astonishing abundance would spread across the forest floor in wide undulating mats, carpeting open spaces with a soft green tapestry, much as grasses cover fields in our modern world. Though importantly, true grasses had yet to emerge. The landscapes would be overwhelmingly green, yes, but not in the precise chromatic range your contemporary eyes are accustomed to. As your gaze lingered, perhaps searching for subtle details, movement would gradually reveal itself. A distant branch might shift, not from the passive caress of the wind, but because something weighty had brushed past. A powerful tail might sway, long and rhythmic. A colossal neck might arc gracefully upward, plucking at the tender leaves of a towering tree. Dinosaurs were undeniably here, certainly, yet not all were the massive, lumbering giants of popular lore. Many were small, swift, and exquisitely nimble, darting with quick precision between the dense foliage, and the tapestry of life extended far beyond the dinosaurs themselves. Insects in countless forms would buzz and crawl, some reassuringly familiar in their shapes, others strikingly strange, utterly unlike anything you have ever encountered. Early mammals, tiny and often secretive, would creep through the dense undergrowth, living their unassuming lives in the shadows. The very first versions of birds, tentative in their new mastery of the air, would flutter and flap amongst the branches of the ancient trees. Not far away, the vast oceans would ripple and churn with creatures that, while resembling reptiles, embraced a fully aquatic existence, navigating the deep like fish. Plesiosaurs, with their impossibly long serpentine necks, and ichthyosaurs, sleek and swift with their dolphin-like bodies, would glide through these ancient waters. It was a world of ceaseless motion, a vibrant symphony of life populated by both breathtaking giants and creatures so minute they could easily escape your notice if your attention wavered. And that perhaps is the most profound part often lost in our simplified narratives. We tend to envision the Jurassic as a grand, theatrical stage play, a stately parade of colossal dinosaurs stomping across a pristine, static set. But it was never staged. It was intensely, relentlessly alive. It comprised intricate ecosystems, ceaselessly working in concert, with predators and prey, with thriving plants and their subtle pollinators, with timeless cycles of burgeoning growth and gradual decay, with the daily fundamental struggles to find sustenance, to perpetuate life, to weather the fury of storms, the parching hand of droughts, and the fiery breath of volcanic eruptions. Every single creature, irrespective of its magnitude, was an indispensable thread in this vast, interconnected web, and crucially, none of them perceived themselves as extraordinary. To them, existence was simply existence. They held no awareness that, millions of years hence, their fossilized remains would be unearthed and meticulously studied by strange, curious descendants of the very mammals that now crept in their undergrowth. They simply lived with the uncomplicated authenticity that all living things do even now. It is a strange thought, yet deeply grounding, to truly contemplate this. The dinosaurs you vividly imagine, the ones you have seen meticulously rendered in illustrations or majestically arrayed in museum halls, never knew they were dinosaurs. They were merely animals. They awoke with the dawn, sought sustenance, navigated their world, defended themselves, and found repose with the setting sun. Their magnificent bodies were exquisitely adapted to the specific conditions surrounding them, and they inhabited those conditions with the same unconsciousness with which we inhabit our own. Which means that while we can marvel at their awe-inspiring scale or their ancient, formidable strangeness, we can also perceive something profoundly ordinary within them, the relentless, unyielding impulse of life itself, wherever it manifests, to persist, to simply keep going. This fundamental drive is precisely what transforms the Jurassic from a mere gallery of ancient fossils into a vibrant, living story. The Earth itself, in its grand geological unfurling, was the constant architect of this narrative. The colossal supercontinent known as Pangaea, a singular landmass that had held the planet in its unified embrace for millions of years, had already begun its majestic, ponderous process of disaggregation. This monumental process had commenced subtly during the preceding Triassic period, but by the Jurassic it was well underway, gathering an inexorable momentum. Picture, if you will, entire continents slowly, imperceptibly drifting apart, vast oceans gradually widening their embrace, and coastlines ceaseless stretching, shifting and redefining themselves. What appears utterly solid and immobile to our fleeting human perceptions is on the immense canvas of geological time, never truly still. Back in that distant age, what we now identify as the vast Atlantic Ocean was engaged in its nascent, slow-motion birth. Colossal land masses were gradually pulling away from one another, like ancient dance partners, separating in an impossibly slow waltz. This apocal fragmentation meant the emergence of entirely new shorelines, the gentle birth of new shallow seas, and the creation of countless new habitats. Life, with its inherent drive for proliferation, was compelled to spread into these burgeoning spaces, filling every newly available niche with an astonishing rapidity as quickly as they appeared. When you allow your mind to wander through those ancient landscapes, resist the urge to envision them as static, painted canvases. Instead, conjure them as living, breathing, constantly shifting scenes, saturated with sound. The distinctive calls of ancient animals would reverberate through the dense, primeval forests. The sudden, emphatic splash of something colossal entering the water would break the mirrored surface of a lake or river. Myriad insects would hum and drone in the humid background, their collective chorus a constant accompaniment. The wind would move through the colossal trees, stirring their ancient needle. Thunderstorms, heavy with the promise of life-giving rain, would roll majestically across wide, open expanses. Volcanoes, like slumbering giants, would rumble with subterranean unrest, their slopes faintly glowing with the incandescent blush of molten rock. It was, without question, a noisy, busy, vibrant world, alive with a cacophony of natural phenomena. And here, perhaps, is the part that offers a quiet comfort. As much as the world has dramatically transformed, as fundamentally different as the species and the very configurations of the landscapes were, the underlying rhythms, the deep, foundational pulses of existence were not unfamiliar. The warm sunlight still faithfully embraced the day. Shadows, with their ancient, graceful dance, still lengthened inexorably towards the evening. Stars in their countless glittering multitudes still filled the vast inky canvas of the night sky. Rivers continued their timeless flow, trees pursued their slow, majestic growth, and storms, with their powerful drama, still swept across the land before eventually dissipating. These profound patterns are truly timeless. They have existed, woven into the very fabric of our planet, for as long as Earth has been graced with its distinct interplay of land, water, and air. So, while the Jurassic might initially feel impossibly distant, an unfathomable echo from another reality, it also shares something deeply intrinsically familiar with you, right now, wherever you are listening. Let us pause here for a moment, not to abruptly halt our journey, but to gently catch our breath, to allow the preceding images to settle softly within your mind as we prepare to continue. For this is merely the exquisite overture to the grand symphony of the Jurassic story. We have but just set our feet upon its ancient soil, felt the pervasive warmth of its air upon our skin, and discerned the majestic outlines of its primordial forests and vast, restless oceans. Yet, the intricate details, like the delicate veins upon an ancient fern frond, run far deeper, and each one, when contemplated with peaceful attention, adds a rich, compelling texture to the astonishing world into which we are, so slowly and gently, step. As you step further into the immersive embrace of the Jurassic, the most insightful initial grounding involves envisioning the actual planetary configuration around 200 million years ago. We are accustomed, through the ubiquitous maps of our modern age, to seeing Earth as a mosaic of continents, each piece of the colossal puzzle fitting neatly into familiar established outlines. However, the Jurassic Earth was radically different. Its land masses were not arranged in the configuration we now recognize. The planet was still in the protracted, arduous process of tearing itself asunder, having previously spent millions of years unified as one colossal landmass, a supercontinent we affectionately call Pangaea. Picture it, if you will, stretched majestically across a significant portion of the globe, an immense sprawling expanse of connected land, utterly surrounded by a singular, enormous ocean, Panthalas. By the nascent stages of the early Jurassic, delicate fissures, imperceptible to any but the most prolonged geological gaze, had already begun to open. These cracks steadily, inexorably, initiated the slow separation of what would, eons later, coalesce into the distinct continents we recognize today. The Atlantic Ocean, that immense watery expanse now dividing Europe and Africa from the Americas, was then merely beginning its colossal genesis. It was not yet the wide, formidable ocean it is now, but rather a chain of nascent seas, tentatively nudging their way between the ponderously drifting pieces of Earth's crust. If you possess the impossible ability to hover above the planet during that ancient age, the shapes of the land would indeed appear somewhat familiar in certain aspects, yet profoundly, strikingly different in others. To the north, what would eventually become the vast landmass of North America had commenced its slow, majestic withdrawal from the intertwined embrace of Europe and Africa. To the south, what we now identify as South America, Africa, the frozen expanse of Antarctica, the subcontinent of India, and the island continent of Australia remained resolutely linked, forming a colossal southern land block known as Gondwana. This immense southern mass stretched across an astonishing range of latitudes, carrying with it nascent deserts, verdant forests, and newly forming coastlines. This profound process of continental disaggregation did not manifest as a sudden cataclysmic crash or a rapid fracturing. Instead, it unfolded with a serene, almost imperceptible slowness over tens of millions of years. Yet, the undeniable evidence of this colossal transformation was already deeply etched into the very fabric of the landscapes. Long, sinuous cracks, aptly termed rift valleys, were gradually opening, like wounds upon the Earth's surface. Along these emerging rifts, volcanic activity was a common, powerful phenomenon, ceaselessly pouring forth vast quantities of basaltic lava, fundamentally reshaping the local environment. Each pulsing eruption of molten rock left behind a new enduring layer, slowly hardening into the foundational bedrock of the continents yet to be. For the manifold forms of life inhabiting the ground, these colossal changes would not have appeared as a global map dramatically shifting. Rather, they would have manifested as the gradual appearance of new coastlines, the relentless riverling of new rivers through newly formed valleys, and the slow, majestic emergence of mountains where the land had previously lain flat. Creatures, with their inherent adaptability, adjusted to these incremental transformations, much as animals adapt today when their immediate landscapes alter, even if they held no conscious understanding of the grand geological drama unfolding around. To a colossal sauropod ponderously moving across an ancient forest, the almost imperceptible drift of continents was utterly invisible. To a tiny early mammal, cautiously hiding in the dense undergrowth, a burgeoning rift valley might have seemed nothing more than a formidable canyon to be avoided. Yet, when viewed holistically, these seemingly localized changes were patiently, inexorably laying the monumental groundwork for the planet you inhabit, the world you know. The overarching climate during this distant time was, likewise, dramatically different from our contemporary conditions. Because the vast continental masses were still largely clustered together, the expansive interiors of these immense landmasses frequently experienced pronounced extremes of temperature and aridity. Vast deserts spread across certain arid regions, with temperatures swinging dramatically from searing heat during the sun-baked day to surprisingly crisp cold during the star-dusted night. Along the newly forming coasts and in the vicinity of the expanding seas, a pervasive humidity and warmth reigned supreme. The poles, in stark contrast to their contemporary guise, were not capped with immense gleaming sheets of ice. Instead, they enjoyed a significantly milder climate, generously supporting abundant vegetation rather than being locked in frozen desolation. Envision for a moment a world where lush, vibrant forests stretched across nearly every longitude, reaching far into what would now be considered high latitudes, their verdant expanse unbroken by the stark white of polar ice. That was the Earth of the Jurassic. Atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, far exceeding modern concentrations, played a crucial role, helping to efficiently trap more solar heat and thus maintaining the planet in a persistent greenhouse state. This pervasive warmth, however, did not imply a monotonous uniformity across the entire planet. Regional variations certainly existed. Some areas experienced greater aridity, while others were demonstrably wetter. Monsoon-like systems likely delivered heavy seasonal deluges to specific continental regions. Yet, the overarching tableau was one of a significantly warmer, noticeably wetter Earth, a world exquisitely conducive to supporting truly vast quantities of vibrant vegetation. Forests in many regions grew astonishingly dense and towering. Conifers, much like their modern descendants in places like the Pacific Northwest, dominated much of the arboreal landscape, though the specific species were, of course, entirely different. Towering relatives of today's majestic redwoods and formidable pines spread their ancient dominion across vast ranges. Ferns in their countless forms carpeted the ground in thick, undulating mats, particularly flourishing in the humid zone. Cycads, with their thick, often gnarled trunks and stiff crown-like leaves, were a common sight. Horsetails, those ancient hollow-stalked plants, thrived in wet ground, their segmented stems reaching impressive heights compared to the diminutive versions you might encounter along modern riversides today. Collectively, these magnificent plants constructed environments capable of sustaining truly colossal herbivores, and colossal herbivores were, without any doubt, profoundly present. Yet, before we turn our contemplative gaze to the animals themselves, it is worth pausing once more, allowing our minds to fully absorb the scenery. In the absence of grasses, the landscapes possessed a radically different aesthetic from what our eyes are accustomed to. There were no vast, inviting open meadows, no sweeping golden grass plains. Instead, the ground often resolved into expansive fern prairies, low-lying, intricate mats of green covering open land wherever moisture proved sufficient. In more arid regions, cycads and conifers dominated, often standing apart with a generous spatial arrangement between them, their distinct crowns forming sculptural shapes against the sky. Along the winding banks of rivers and the expansive, fertile floodplains, horsetails and ferns truly thrived, their segmented stalks and intricate fronds forming dense, verdant thickets. The overall effect was a mesmerizing patchwork of diverse plant life, structured in a manner profoundly different from the contemporary ecosystems we know. Rivers and shimmering lakes, like liquid veins, dotted these ancient landscapes. Some were ephemeral, seasonal, swelling generously during periods of heavy rain, and gradually receding or drying completely when the weather shifted. Others were permanent fixtures, consistently nourished by rainfall and subterranean springs. Lakes, in particular, could attain considerable sizes, frequently occupying the deep troughs of rift valleys, their tranquil waters mirroring the surrounding verdant forests. Along these ancient shores, life in its myriad forms invariably congregated, much as it does in our own time. Small, nimble animals would cautiously approach to drink, and predators, with their ancient instincts, would inevitably follow. Plants would take root in the moist, fertile soil, and the very air would be filled with the ceaseless hum of insects. Meanwhile, the oceans, those immense, restless bodies of water, were beginning to host their own profound dramas. The singular, immense ocean that had previously enveloped Pangaea, known as Panthalassa, still stretched its vast, unbroken expanse across much of the globe. Yet, new seaways were gradually appearing as Pangaea continued its majestic, protracted fragmentation. The Tethys Ocean, nestled like a vast, watery ribbon between the nascent northern and southern landmasses, was an especially critical body of water. Warm, relatively shallow, and abundantly rich in life-sustaining nutrients, it served as an exquisite cradle for a breathtaking array of marine life. Within its fertile embrace, vibrant coral reefs expanded, diligently constructing complex three-dimensional habitats for a profusion of fish and invertebrates. Marine reptiles, swift and powerful, prowled these ancient waters, engaging in their ceaseless hunt. The Jurassic oceans were, emphatically, far from empty. They teemed with the same intense competition and relentless drive for survival that characterized the land. The air itself in this ancient world also carried distinct differences. Oxygen levels are generally thought to have been somewhat higher than those of today, though precise estimates remain a subject of ongoing scientific contemplation. Were you to breathe it, you would likely notice the pervasive humidity more prominently than the subtle elevation in oxygen. The synergistic combination of pervasive warmth, abundant moisture, and the sheer, overwhelming mass of plant life imbued the Jurassic atmosphere with a peculiar richness, a palpable thickness that you would register as much upon your skin as within your lungs. And it was unequivocally saturated with sound. Innumerable insects would buzz and hum their ancient chorus. Amphibians would croak their rhythmic calls in the verdant wetlands. Dinosaurs, in their diverse forms, would issue their various calls to one another across the vast forest. The sky, likewise, was far from silent. Pterosaurs, those magnificent flying reptiles, their wings stretched taut by long, elegant membranes, would soar majestically overhead. Their piercing cries would seamlessly meld with the terrestrial chorus, creating a breathtaking soundscape that would have felt intensely, vibrantly alive from the first blush of dawn until the deep embrace of dusk. At night, the celestial canvas would unfurl, revealing the same myriad stars that grace our present skies, though their familiar constellations would have shifted in their arrangement, as if participating in a slow cosmic dance. The luminous ribbon of the Milky Way would stretch its majestic arc across the heavens, while our modern constellations had yet to be named by human ingenuity. The same ancient stars burned with their timeless fire. The moon, a closer celestial companion in that distant age, would appear larger, its radiant presence casting a more profound glow, and its gravitational influence on the tides would have been palpably stronger. Nights along the vast ancient coastlines would have been imbued with the ceaseless rhythmic whisper of waves crashing under that brighter, more commanding lunar glow. Inland, the myriad sounds of the primordial forest would gently carry into the deep embrace of the dark. Predators, with their ancient instincts, would move with heightened caution. Prey, in their turn, would maintain a perpetual state of heightened alertness, and the timeless cycle of survival would persist, even as much of the forest seemed to settle into a quiet, nocturnal repose. It is effortlessly tempting to perceive this entire scene as utterly alien, profoundly detached from our own experience. Yet the more you allow these ancient images to settle, softly and serenely within your mind, the more a subtle familiarity begins to emerge. Rivers flow with liquid grace, forests stand in verdant majesty, storms gather and unleash their power, tides rise and recede with ancient rhythm, animals ceaselessly search for sustenance, parents instinctively protect their young, and creatures relentlessly compete for their very survival. These are, in essence, timeless patterns, deeply woven into the fundamental fabric of existence itself, patterns that endure to this very day. The specific species were indeed different. The myriad plants, arranged in novel configurations, the vast continents positioned in entirely other formations, but the underlying principles of life, in its most fundamental expression, remain steadfastly the same. That profound realization is precisely what renders the vivid picturing of the Jurassic Earth not only possible, but wonderfully accessible. You are not required to stretch your imagination into something utterly unrecognizable. You are simply invited to subtly shift the exquisite details. This vast, dynamic world was the magnificent stage onto which the great animals of the Jurassic gracefully or ponderously walked. They were not separate from it. Indeed, they were an intrinsic, inseparable part of its very essence. Their lives, in their profound complexity, depended utterly on the burgeoning vegetation, the life-giving rivers, the expansive coastlines, and the prevailing climate. And in a beautiful reciprocal dance, they in turn subtly shaped those environments. The colossal sauropods, with their insatiable appetites, grazing from the towering treetops, effectively pruned the ancient forests in ways that serendipitously opened up vital space for other forms of plant life to flourish. The predators, with their ancient instinctual hunts, served to maintain population balances. The myriad insects, diligently pollinating and providing sustenance for the nascent birds or early mammals, meticulously linked the smallest, most intricate components of the system to its grandest, most visible form. When your gaze falls upon a fossil nestled within a museum, you are observing but a single, silent piece of that vast, intricate network, momentarily frozen in the enduring embrace of stone, but in the vibrant flow of life, it was all profoundly, intimately connected. The Earth 200 million years ago was far more than merely the static setting of the Jurassic. It was indeed the very dynamic force that ceaselessly shaped its entire narrative. The ponderously drifting continents, in their slow, majestic dance, tirelessly created new homes for life. The overarching climate, with its pervasive warmth, provided an abundance of energy and sustenance. The countless plants painstakingly constructed the verdant, green framework upon which all other life depended. The vast, restless oceans nurtured an astonishing array of marine reptiles and fish. The very air carried the symphony of sound and the grace of flight. Every exquisite detail was inextricably tied together, forming a world that, if you could impossibly step into it, would utterly envelop you, pressing in with a rich tapestry of sights, sounds, smells, and textures that no film or written narrative can ever fully capture. And as the colossal land masses continued their slow, inexorable journey, as the vast seas continued their patient widening, as volcanoes ceaselessly poured forth their incandescent, molten rock, life, in its infinite adaptability, moved in seamless concert with it. Animals and plants never ceased their intricate process of adjustment, never paused in their relentless evolution. The Jurassic world was not a static tableau, it was ceaselessly shifting, ceaselessly alive. When your thoughts gently drift to Earth during the Jurassic, one of the most fundamental characteristics to intimately grasp is the profound nature of its climate. The entire globe in that distant epoch was demonstrably warmer than the world you inhabit today. This was not merely a matter of experiencing hotter summers in specific regions. Rather, it was a planet meticulously operating under pervasive greenhouse conditions. This implied consistently higher average global temperatures, the complete absence of permanent ice caps at the poles, and an atmosphere suffused with a greater concentration of carbon dioxide than the air you are breathing in this very moment. It was an environmental setting that profoundly shaped every verdant forest, every nascent shoreline, and every single creature that graced that era. Without this pervasive warmth, the magnificent dinosaurs you often conjure in your mind would never have attained their astounding colossal dimensions, and the abundant plants that painted the ancient landscapes would never have achieved their impressive heights and expansive spread. What, precisely, does it signify when scientists describe the Jurassic as a greenhouse world? In its most eloquent simplicity, it means that the atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gases, preeminently carbon dioxide, was dramatically elevated, significantly surpassing modern levels. Scientific estimations, while subject to ongoing refinement, propose that these levels may have been as much as 4 to 5 times higher than pre-industrial concentrations. This profound abundance of carbon dioxide acted as an extraordinarily efficient atmospheric blanket, diligently trapping more heat within the Earth's gaseous envelope. The palpable outcome was a global average temperature that remained consistently, luxuriantly warm. It wasn't merely that summers were intensely hot. Winters were remarkably milder. Even in regions located in close proximity to the geographical poles, the planet exhibited a significantly reduced differential between its warmest and coldest regions, thereby cultivating a kind of pervasive global warmth. This consistent thermal embrace made it entirely feasible for lush forests to extend far into higher latitudes, regions where, in our contemporary era, one would anticipate encountering only stark tundra or desolate ice fields. Because of this pervasive thermal regime, the Earth during the Jurassic epoch possessed no vast, enduring polar ice sheets. Imagine, if you will, the immense landmass of Antarctica, not cloaked in its familiar multi-kilometer thick layers of perpetual ice, but instead hosting vibrant forests of conifers and flourishing ferns. Envision the Arctic Circle divested of its endless frozen expanse, instead supporting a rich, diverse tapestry of vegetation capable of sustaining mighty dinosaurs and a plethora of other animals. This is not to suggest that periods of cooler temperatures were entirely absent, or that variations did not occur. There were certainly cooler seasons, episodes of parching dry spells, and powerful dramatic storms. But the comprehensive picture was one of a profoundly warmer, noticeably wetter Earth, a world in which an immense, vibrant abundance of vegetation thrived. Even at the extreme geographical edges of the globe, this greenhouse climate had further implications. Global sea levels were demonstrably higher than they are in our present day. With no vast, ancient ice caps sequestering colossal volumes of water, a greater proportion of the planet's water existed in liquid form, generously filling the oceans and causing them to expand farther inland, gracefully encroaching upon continental margin. Shallow, epipelagic seas covered significant portions of the continents, giving rise to intricate coastlines where vibrant marine and terrestrial ecosystems seamlessly intertwined and overlapped. These shallow, nutrient-rich seas were veritable cauldrons of life, nourishing expansive coral reefs, providing sustenance for countless shellfish, fish, and an astonishing array of marine reptiles. They also served as critical hunting grounds for pterosaurs and other specialized animals, inhabiting the dynamic interface between land and water. The ceaseless rhythm of tides and waves formed an intrinsic central component of existence for untold numbers of species. Rainfall patterns, too, deviated significantly from modern norms, with warmer oceans perpetually evaporating greater volumes of water into the atmosphere. The air consistently carried elevated amounts of moisture. This translated into periods of heavy, often torrential rains across numerous regions, particularly along the extensive coastlines and in areas susceptible to monsoon-like systems. Some inland regions, especially the expansive interiors of the continental masses, experienced drier, even arid, conditions, but the overarching planetary tendency leaned decisively towards greater wetness. Lush, vibrant forests grew dense and tall in zones blessed with reliable rainfall, while conversely more desolate deserts stretched across interior regions where moisture rarely penetrated. Collectively, these climatic variations sculpted an astonishing array of diverse ecosystems, each supporting its unique, intricate cast of plants and animals. Humidity was another profoundly defining characteristic of this pervasive greenhouse world. Were you to embark upon a contemplative stroll through a Jurassic forest, the very air would possess a palpable heaviness compared to what you are accustomed to. The pervasive warmth, intimately combined with the abundant moisture, would gently press against your skin and fill your lungs with each breath. It would be the kind of climate where a delicate sheen of sweat perpetually clung, where the dappled shade beneath a towering conifer or a sculptural cycad offered genuine, profound relief, and where plants thrived in part because these very conditions rendered photosynthesis extraordinarily efficient. This unique atmospheric composition created environments capable of sustaining truly enormous animals. When your gaze falls upon a fossilized skeleton of a sauropod, stretching over 20 meters in astonishing length, a significant part of the reason such a colossal body was even physiologically possible lies squarely within the climate that unfailingly supported endless, abundant supplies of plant matter. Higher oxygen levels also played a subtle yet crucial role. While carbon dioxide was demonstrably elevated, oxygen concentrations at various times were also higher than modern levels. This facilitated exceptionally efficient breathing for large creatures and underpinned the vigorous growth of active animals that required prodigious amounts of energy. The air of the Jurassic was not, it must be acknowledged, precisely identical everywhere. Local conditions exerted their influence, and oxygen concentrations likely fluctuated over millions of years. But in summation, it provided an inherently breathable and profoundly supportive environment for both minute and colossal species. The skies themselves would have carried clear evidence of this unique climate. Clouds would form with frequent regularity, building into thick, dramatic shapes that would unleash heavy, concentrated bursts of rain. Lightning storms, with their terrifying beauty, would sweep across vast coasts and deep valleys. The primal sound of thunder would have been an intimately familiar accompaniment to any creature living beneath those expansive skies. Between these dramatic storms, the sun would pour its life-giving heat onto the land. Days in the higher latitudes would be long during the luxuriant summer months, and shorter during the colder seasons, precisely as they are now. But critically, they would lack the brutal, life-extinguishing freeze of icy winters. Life in its myriad forms could adapt to these shifts without facing the existential threat of extinction from overwhelming cold. The greenhouse conditions of the Jurassic also played a pivotal role in stabilizing its intricate ecosystems. With fewer abrupt or sharp transitions between intensely warm and profoundly cold seasons, plants in many regions could grow almost continuously. This pervasive stability ensured that herbivores enjoyed steady, abundant food supplies, and predators in turn maintained consistent access to their prey. This is not to imply that life was effortlessly easy. Competition remained fiercely intense, and survival still demanded ceaseless adaptation. However, the climate provided a reliable, enduring framework, one where cycles of immense abundance could persist for sufficiently long durations, allowing evolution to playfully experiment with truly astounding variations in size, shape, and behavior. It is worth a moment of quiet contemplation to consider how this particular atmosphere influenced not just biology, but also intrinsically geology. Warm, consistently wet conditions significantly accelerated the weathering of rocks, tirelessly feeding essential minerals into the burgeoning rivers and vast seas. This fundamental process directly contributed to the sustenance of marine ecosystems by supplying vital nutrients. Volcanoes, a frequent and powerful presence along the rift zones where continents were majestically pulling apart, also ceaselessly released gases and ash into the atmosphere. These spectacular eruptions contributed profoundly to the existing carbon dioxide levels, further feeding into the pervasive greenhouse system. Simultaneously, they could temporarily shade entire regions with their vast ash clouds, thereby capable of locally cooling climates for brief, dramatic periods. The intricate interplay between pervasive, constant warmth and occasional powerful cooling pulses created a dynamic variety within the environments that animals ceaselessly experienced. The greenhouse atmosphere exerted direct, profound effects upon the myriad plant life. Conifers, cycads, ferns, and horsetails truly thrived in these nurturing conditions, majestically spreading their verdant dominion across entire continents. Some forests grew astonishingly dense and towering, their immense canopies effectively blocking most sunlight from reaching the forest floor. Others spread more openly, with a generous spacing between the colossal trees where cycads clustered in sculptural formations and ferns exquisitely carpeted the intervening gaps. In both scenarios, the pervasive, constant warmth and abundant moisture fueled prodigious growth. Photosynthesis, the very engine of plant life, was extraordinarily efficient due to the elevated carbon dioxide levels, signifying that plants could flourish even in conditions where modern species might struggle to survive. That immense, pervasive abundance of plant life seamlessly translated into an inexhaustible food source for herbivores, which in a beautiful cascading dependency sustained predators, thereby intricately linking the very atmosphere to the fundamental structure of entire ecosystems. Animals, in their turn, were directly and profoundly influenced by this unique climate. Sauropods, those gentle giants, required colossal amounts of vegetation to sustain their immense forms. The greenhouse world, in its generosity, unfailingly provided it. Stegosaurs and other colossal plant-eaters meticulously browsed upon the ferns and cycads that grew in vast, undulating mats. Predators such as Allosaurus and other formidable theropods were utterly dependent on the sustained presence of these plant-eaters, and so the climate, indirectly yet profoundly, supported them as well. Insects flourished in the humid environments, ceaselessly buzzing across the ancient forests and verdant wetlands. Early birds and pterosaurs fed upon them, thereby intricately linking the smallest components of the ecosystem to the larger. Once again, this encompassing greenhouse world also meant that migration patterns were dramatically different from what one might anticipate today. Animals could spread across significantly wider ranges, unhindered by the restrictive boundaries of intensely cold zones. Forests, in their boundless expanse, reached far into high latitudes, permitting herbivores to graze uninhibitedly far to the north or south. The distribution of species was demonstrably broad. Oceans, too, served as seamless conduits, connecting populations across immense distances, with warm waters permitting marine reptiles and fish to occupy vast ranges. Life in this generous epoch was not confined to narrow, precarious bands of habitability. It was spread broadly across a planet that, while always in flux, offered pervasive warmth almost everywhere. Storms and relentless rainfall had further profound effects. Rivers would swell dramatically during the wet seasons, tirelessly carrying vital nutrients and enriching sediments across the landscapes. Floodplains would build up rich, fertile soils. Wetlands would expand and contract with the seasons, meticulously creating dynamic habitats for amphibians, insects, and small reptiles. These powerful seasonal rhythms imparted a deep structure to the year, even in a world devoid of the sharp, brutal winters we know today. And animals would have instinctively recognized wet and dry periods, times of immense abundance and leaner intervals, and adjusted their behaviors accordingly. The lack of permanent polar ice also profoundly influenced the behavior of ocean currents. Today, a significant portion of the global oceanic circulation is driven by the inexorable sinking of cold, dense water near the poles. In the Jurassic, however, with its warmer poles and absence of ice caps, circulation patterns were less extreme, exhibiting a greater, more gentle uniformity. Warm water could, therefore, spread considerably farther, diligently helping to maintain the even distribution of heat across the globe. This contributed significantly to the overall mildness of the climate, preserving stable conditions for protracted stretches of time. When you allow your imagination to settle upon standing in that ancient world, picture the gentle, pervasive heat pressing softly upon your skin, the air moist and rich with the scent of ancient earth, the forest around you vibrantly alive with ceaseless growth. Picture the sky ceaselessly building with dramatic clouds, then suddenly releasing torrents of rain that soak the ground, nourishing the myriad ferns and cycads, filling the nascent streams that wind their way toward wide ancient rivers. Picture nights that are noticeably cooler, yet never truly cold, with stars overhead burning with a pristine, ancient brilliance, the moon appearing larger, its gravitational embrace on the tides palpably stronger. That was the profound reality of the Jurassic atmosphere. It meticulously shaped every breath, every meal, every movement of the countless creatures that lived beneath its vast, humid canopy. The Earth of today can at times shift towards greenhouse conditions too, though typically on far smaller timescales and we glimpse hints of what such climates can achieve in our contemporary tropical region. But in the Jurassic, this was not merely a regional phenomenon, it was globally pervasive. That is precisely why, when you vividly picture long-necked sauropods moving ponderously through ancient conifer forests, or formidable allosaurs stalking stealthily through humid, verdant valleys, you are witnessing animals perfectly, exquisitely suited to the greenhouse Earth they so powerfully inhabited. Their immense size, their sheer abundance, their very existence, was inextricably tied to that unique, nurturing climate. The atmosphere itself, throughout the Jurassic, was not entirely static. Conditions gradually, almost imperceptibly, evolved over millions of years. There were episodic pulses of intense volcanic activity that further augmented atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, followed by periods where these levels subtly declined. Global temperatures responded to these gradual shifts, sometimes gently rising, sometimes softly falling, but consistently remaining within a range demonstrably warmer than our present-day climate. The Earth during this apochal time operated under a profound, delicate balance that generously supported life on scales both massive and minute. When you gently step back and allow yourself to truly contemplate it, the pervasive greenhouse climate of the Jurassic was far more than merely background scenery. It was, in essence, the powerful engine that drove the entire age. It made it entirely possible for plants to cloak entire continents in a vibrant, verdant green. It enabled herbivores to graze endlessly and attain truly enormous sizes. It allowed predators to hunt across expansive territory. It permitted oceans to teem with flourishing coral reefs, teeming fish, and magnificent marine reptiles. It meticulously shaped migration patterns, fundamental behaviors, and the very trajectory of evolution itself. And as we continue our reflective gaze deeper into the Jurassic, this unique atmosphere will perpetually remain a silent, pervasive presence in the background, subtly influencing every intricate part of this ancient story. When you conjure an image of Earth as it existed approximately 200 million years ago, one of the most profound divergences from our present reality lies in the majestic arrangement of its continents. We, in our modern understanding, often unconsciously accept the familiar shapes of our continents as immutable. Africa, assuming its recognizable outline on a globe, South America presenting its distinctive profile, North America poised like a colossal wedge above them. Yet, in the Jurassic, these now familiar land masses were still intimately interconnected, forming an integral part of something far grander. That colossal supercontinent was, as we have touched upon, designated Pangaea, and although it had gracefully existed for untold millions of years, by the nascent stages of the early Jurassic, it had begun its epochal ponderous process of fragmentation. This process, slow and almost imperceptible to our fleeting human scales, was, without question, one of the most monumentally important events in shaping the entire history of life on Earth. Pangaea, in its immense grandeur, stretched almost from pole to pole. Imagine, if you will, a singular landmass of such unfathomable expanse that it seamlessly combined nearly all of today's continents into one colossal entity. On one side of this immense supercontinent lay a singular, gargantuan ocean, Pangaea, its vastness almost beyond comprehension. On the other side, nestled delicately between the northern and southern sections of the colossal continent, lay the Tethys Ocean, a narrower yet vitally important body of water, serving as an exquisite cradle for a profusion of marine life. When this monolithic continent commenced its process of fragmentation, it was not a sudden, violent tearing, nor did colossal chunks abruptly drift away like errant icebergs. Instead, deep within the Earth's fiery mantle, immense heat was tirelessly driving vast convection currents. These powerful currents exerted relentless pressure against the overlying tectonic plates, and wherever these stresses accumulated to a critical point, delicate cracks began to form. Over immense stretches of geological time, these nascent cracks gradually widened into profound rifts, and these rifts in turn were tirelessly filled with molten rock that surged upward from the planet's interior, subsequently cooling and solidifying into new, embryonic crust. That, in essence, is how new oceans first began their slow, majestic genesis. The Atlantic Ocean, that immense watery expanse that today elegantly separates Europe and Africa from the Americas, traces its profound origins directly back to this period of Jurassic rifting. Initially, it was not an ocean at all, merely a series of valleys, slowly, inexorably opening, sometimes inundated by the rhythmic ingress of seawater, sometimes filled with vast flowing rivers of incandescent lava. With every passing million years, the separation between the nascent land masses deepened and widened. What you now effortlessly recognize as the familiar, distinct coastlines of Brazil and West Africa once fit together with the precision of meticulously crafted puzzle pieces, and in the Jurassic, they were merely embarking upon their slow, majestic drift apart. Had you been standing there, impossibly, at that ancient juncture, you would not have observed continents visibly racing across the globe. Rather, you would have perceived long, deep valleys flanked by towering cliffs, persistent volcanic activity along their rugged edges, and shallow, often ephemeral seas gently pooling into the widening gaps. The monumental separation of these colossal landmasses was a phenomenon discernible only when meticulously measured across the truly immense, almost unfathomable spans of geological time. This colossal, slow-motion movement of continents bore profoundly consequential impacts upon global climate and entire ecosystems. While the monolithic Pangaea had profoundly dominated the late Paleozoic and early Mesozoic eras, its immense, unified expanse created vast continental interiors that were often excruciatingly dry and inhospitable. When land stretches too far inland from the moderating, life-giving influence of oceans, rainfall struggles to penetrate to its central regions. This meant that desolate deserts were widespread within the arid heart of Pangaea. As the supercontinent gradually split, new, extensive coastlines emerged, nascent seaways developed, and climates in many regions became significantly moderated. Areas that had once been parched and arid became demonstrably wetter, capable of supporting flourishing forests and more abundant vegetation. This fundamental shift, in turn, provided vital sustenance and rich habitats for a profusion of animal life, thereby fueling prodigious evolutionary diversification. The separation of land masses also created formidable geographical barriers where none had previously existed. When all land was seamlessly connected, animals and plants could, in theory, spread across truly vast ranges. But as nascent seas formed between the fracturing pieces of the supercontinent, existing populations were inevitably divided. Isolation, in its profound geological and biological sense, is one of the most potent drivers of evolution, because once groups of organisms are geographically separated, they begin to adapt uniquely to their own specific local environments. Over immense spans of time, these isolated populations gradually diverge, ultimately evolving into distinct new species. The epochal splitting of Pangaea meticulously set the grand stage for this profound process, thereby ensuring that disparate regions of the world would develop their own unique, astonishingly varied ecosystem. Volcanic activity was inextricably linked to this pervasive continental rifting. As the titanic plates slowly, inexorably pulled apart, molten magma ceaselessly rose from the Earth's interior to fill the yawning gaps. This profound geological process generated vast lava flows that stretched for hundreds, even thousands of kilometers, leaving behind colossal layers of basaltic rock that we can still observe today in regions such as eastern North America and northwest Africa. These spectacular eruptions simultaneously released enormous quantities of gases into the atmosphere, critically including carbon dioxide, which profoundly contributed to the pervasive greenhouse climate of the Jurassic. They also intricately shaped the local landscapes, majestically raising plateaus, constructing formidable ridges, and fundamentally altering the ancient drainage patterns of rivers. For the animals inhabiting the immediate vicinity, these eruptions were simultaneously destructive and transformative. Lush forests could be utterly buried beneath layers of ash and lava, rivers could be irrevocably dammed, and coastlines dramatically reshaped. Yet, in the long-term perspective of geological time, volcanic activity frequently created new habitats and contributed vital nutrients to the soils, thereby supporting fresh, vigorous growth once the fiery eruptions gracefully subsided. The formation of these colossal rift valleys left behind invaluable geological records that contemporary scientists meticulously study today. Many of these nascent rifts later filled with lakes, and the sediments diligently deposited in those ancient lakes exquisitely preserved fossils. That is precisely why paleontologists can unearth a treasure trove of early Jurassic animals in formations such as the Newark supergroup in eastern North America. These ancient rocks narrate the profound story not only of the animals that once thrived there, but also of the unique, dynamic environment that meticulously formed as Pangaea slowly, majestically broke apart. Fossilized fish, amphibians, reptiles, and myriad plants all provide compelling evidence of the distinct habitats that developed along the margins of these ancient rift lakes. As the supercontinent continued its ponderous process of separation, two primary, immense land masses gradually emerged. To the north lay Laurasia, a vast continent that would eventually encompass North America, Europe, and Asia. To the south was Gondwana, which held the combined land masses of South America, Africa, India, Antarctica, and Australia. Between these two colossal divisions stretched the Tethys Ocean. This profound planetary division was neither abrupt nor entirely clean. Remnant land bridges persisted in certain regions, allowing some animals to still migrate between specific areas. However, the foundational outlines of the world we now inhabit were, with slow inevitability, beginning to coalesce. The Tethys Ocean, in particular, merits our special, contemplative attention. It was a profoundly warm, relatively shallow, and biologically exceptionally rich body of water. Vibrant coral reefs flourished luxuriantly along its extensive coasts, providing intricate homes for an astonishing diversity of marine species. Marine reptiles, from ichthyosaurs, sleekly shaped like dolphins for incredible speed, to plesiosaurs with their impossibly long necks and powerful flippers, tirelessly hunted in its teeming waters. Fish in their countless forms populated the middle echelons of the food chain, diligently feeding on invertebrates, and in turn serving as sustenance for larger predators. Ammonites, those ancient mollusks with their exquisitely spiral shells, drifted gracefully through these seas in truly immense numbers. They became so ubiquitous and evolved with such remarkable rapidity that their fossils now serve as critical stratigraphic markers for precisely dating Jurassic rocks. Without the fertile embrace of the Tethys, the vibrant marine life of the Jurassic would have possessed a profoundly different character. The majestic movement of continents also exerted a significant influence on global ocean currents. As new seaways gradually opened, they fundamentally altered the flow of water around the planet. Warm currents tirelessly carried heat into newly accessible regions, thereby diligently helping to sustain the remarkably even climate of the pervasive greenhouse world. Nutrient cycles, in their intricate complexity, shifted, thereby affecting the distribution and thriving of plankton and other microscopic life forms. Because these minute organisms form the foundational base of the marine food chain, their spatial distribution profoundly influenced every trophic level above them, from the smallest fish to the most colossal marine predators. On land, the ponderously drifting continents subtly influenced rainfall patterns. Mountains, majestically rising along the edges of the active rift margins, redirected prevailing winds and thereby created pronounced rain shadows. Valleys, in their low-lying embrace, meticulously collected moisture, transforming into verdant wetlands or shimmering lakes. The extensive edges of the continents consistently received reliable rainfall from the oceanic winds. Inland areas that had once been desolate deserts gradually softened into expansive savannas and burgeoning forests. These profound shifts in vegetation meticulously supported the widespread proliferation of sauropods, stegosaurs, and other colossal herbivores, alongside the formidable predators that hunted them. It is worth a moment's pause to vividly imagine what this experience would have truly felt like had you been living in the midst of it. Standing perhaps in what would one day become eastern North America, you might have gazed upon a long, sweeping valley stretching towards the distant horizon, its lowlands dotted with shimmering lakes and majestically ringed by active volcanoes. The very air would carry a faint, acrid scent of sulfur after recent eruptions, and the ground beneath your feet might subtly tremble with sporadic tremors. Forests, with their ancient resilience, would rapidly regrow in the fertile soils, and dinosaurs would move through them, ponderously browsing and stealthily hunting. Further south, along the sun-drenched margins of the Tethys, the scene would unfold in a starkly different, yet equally captivating manner. Warm, shallow seas would gently lap at sandy shores, vibrant coral reefs would shimmer with hidden life beneath the crystalline surface, and marine reptiles would gracefully surface to breathe before elegantly diving back into the depths. Inland, lush, unbroken forests would stretch across the landscape, their verdant canopy intermittently broken only by winding rivers that patiently carved their paths towards the coast. These were not sudden cataclysmic transformations, but rather gradual, almost imperceptible ones. Generations of animals lived and died, utterly oblivious to the slow, majestic drift that was inexorably carrying their continents away from one another. Yet, those immense subterranean movements were fundamentally reshaping their very future. Populations that had once mingled freely and continuously found themselves geographically isolated. Over millions of years, that profound isolation inexorably led to the production of new, distinct forms of life. This fundamental process elegantly explains why, later in the Mesozoic era, the animals inhabiting South America began to look demonstrably different from those found in Asia or North America. The colossal breaking of Pangaea set in motion the profound regionalization of ecosystems, a pattern that still fundamentally defines our planet today. The compelling evidence of this monumental event is strikingly visible, not only in the ancient rocks and meticulously preserved fossils, but also quite literally in the very outlines of our contemporary continents. When your gaze falls upon a map, and you keenly observe how the familiar bulge of South America seems to fit with uncanny precision against the sweeping curve of Africa, you are witnessing the profound, enduring legacy of Pangaea's breakup. Those majestic shapes are not mere coincidences. They are the ancient, indelible scars of the great planetary split that commenced its arduous journey in the Jurassic. And along those very scars, the Earth meticulously left behind tantalizing clues about the animals and plants that once thrived there. What remains truly remarkable is that the colossal fracturing of Pangaea did not merely affect geology or biology in isolation. It intimately intertwined them, weaving them into a single, cohesive narrative. As continents ponderously moved, global climates subtly shifted. As climates shifted, intricate ecosystems transformed. As ecosystems transformed, evolution responded with boundless creativity. It was a vast, cascading chain reaction, with consequences that rippled across millions of years. And in the Jurassic, that monumental chain reaction was only just beginning its magnificent unfolding. The continents would continue their inexorable journey throughout the Cretaceous period and far beyond, eventually attaining the intricate arrangement we observe today. But the Jurassic was the pivotal starting point of that colossal voyage. It was the epoch when the first delicate cracks gradually widened into nascent seas, when the inaugural geographical barriers to migration tentatively appeared, and when the global climate began to assume the distinctive features shaped by separated land masses, rather than a single unified block. And all the while, life in its boundless resilience carried on. Mighty dinosaurs grazed peacefully in verdant forests, formidable predators stalked their unsuspecting prey, innumerable insects buzzed in the humid air, magnificent marine reptiles hunted in the teeming teth, and the Earth in its tireless, majestic rotation turned ceaselessly beneath the pervasive warmth of the sun. The breakup of Pangaea was a profound geological drama, playing out against the ever-present backdrop of everyday survival. It is only by casting our reflective gaze back now, with the unparalleled perspective of millions of years, that we can truly begin to comprehend the enormous, enduring impact it profoundly exerted. The Jurassic was far more than merely a time of ponderously shifting continents. It was also the epoch when entirely new oceans began their slow, majestic genesis, thereby fundamentally changing the very face of the planet in ways that would ripple forward through every subsequent age that followed. Water, in its profound and ceaseless motion, has always been one of Earth's most potent and transformative forces. It relentlessly carves valleys into solid rock, meticulously shapes coastlines with its persistent touch, delicately regulates climate across vast expanses, and generously provides a teeming home for countless forms of life. During the Jurassic, as the colossal supercontinent of Pangaea majestically broke apart, new, intricate pathways for water opened, and the vast oceans responded with dynamic vitality, creating new currents, sculpting new coastlines, and presenting new boundless opportunities for life to exuberantly expand. For untold millions of years prior to this period, much of Earth's expansive surface had been unequivocally dominated by one single gargantuan ocean, Pangaea. It stretched its immense, almost unbroken expanse around the entire globe, seamlessly surrounding Pangaea. Within the vastness of Pangaea, there certainly existed intricate currents and thriving ecosystems. However, its sheer overwhelming magnitude meant that the world's diverse marine life was primarily concentrated along the extensive coastlines of the supercontinent. The interior of Pangaea, conversely, was arid and desolate, far removed from the moderating, life-giving influence of the sea. But once the great landmass commenced its majestic, protracted fragmentation, water, in its relentless pursuit, rushed into the newly forming gaps, thereby giving birth to new seas and fundamentally reshaping old ones. The Atlantic Ocean, that immense watery expanse, traces its very birth to this tumultuous time, though in the early Jurassic, it was merely a narrow seaway in its embryonic stages of formation. It would demand millions of years of relentless geological movement to truly widen into the colossal body of water we effortlessly recognize today. But the foundational beginnings, the delicate blueprint, were already indelibly etched. The Tethys Ocean, gracefully wedged like a vast azure ribbon between the northern and southern segments of the fracturing supercontinent, emerged as one of the most biologically critical regions of the entire Jurassic world. Warm, relatively shallow, and brimming with life-sustaining nutrients, it served as an unparalleled nursery for an untold multitude of species. Vibrant coral reefs spread luxuriantly across its margins, diligently constructing intricate, three-dimensional structures that provided shelter and sustenance for a profusion of fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and invertebrates of every conceivable description. These flourishing reefs functioned as intense hotspots of biodiversity, remarkably akin to modern reefs. Above them, formidable marine reptiles, including sleek ichthyosaurs exquisitely shaped for incredible speed, and majestic plesiosaurs with their impossibly long necks and powerful flippers, ceaselessly swam and hunted. Ammonites, those ancient mollusks with their exquisitely coiled shells, floated through the water in truly prodigious numbers, their shells catching the dappled light. They became so ubiquitous and widespread, evolving with such remarkable rapidity, that their meticulously preserved fossils now serve as invaluable chronological markers for precisely dating Jurassic rocks. The profound rise of these new seaways simultaneously meant that the global circulation of water around the planet underwent a fundamental transformation. Ocean currents, those vast, invisible rivers of the sea, are diligently driven by temperature differentials, prevailing wind patterns, and the majestic arrangement of continents. With the continents slowly, inexorably pulling apart, new and intricate circulation paths open. Warm currents tirelessly carried heat more evenly across the entire globe, thereby diligently helping to sustain the pervasive greenhouse climate. Nutrients, meticulously carried by those very currents, supported prodigious plankton growth, which in turn nourished vast schools of fish, which then in a cascading effect fed larger, formidable predators. The oceans of the Jurassic were emphatically not static, quiescent pools. They were dynamic, living systems, ceaselessly pulsing with immense energy and vibrant life. Coastlines, those delicate interfaces between land and sea, transformed dramatically during this epochal time. As rift valleys widened and nascent seas surged into them, long, expansive stretches of new shoreline appeared. These emerging coastlines provided diverse habitats that simply did not exist when Pangaea was fully intact. Estuaries, those biologically rich zones where rivers gracefully met the sea, formed, creating brackish environments teeming with nutrients. Mangrove-like vegetation, though not yet the true mangroves of today, flourished in some regions, diligently stabilizing sediments and providing sustenance and shelter for myriad small animals. Expansive, sandy beaches stretched gracefully along other coasts, while towering cliffs and rugged rocky shores dominated regions where continental rifting had created steep, dramatic edges. Every new type of coastline brought with it a fresh array of niches for organisms to diligently occupy. The shallow seas that formed along the continental edges were of particular Critical importance. Sunlight, in its life-giving radiance, could effectively penetrate their waters, thereby fueling the incessant process of photosynthesis in algae and other microscopic organisms. These fundamental organisms formed the very base of the intricate food webs that sustained everything from minute invertebrates to colossal marine reptiles. Fossils of fish and reptiles discovered within these shallow sea deposits powerfully attest to the immense abundance of life in these areas. In certain locations, the fossils are so densely concentrated that they strongly suggest vast gatherings of marine animals, perhaps following seasonal migrations or congregating in specific areas where food was especially plentiful. Oceans simultaneously served as both formidable barriers and vital pathways for animals inextricably tied to the land. The emerging new seas created profound divisions. Populations that had once mingled freely found themselves inexorably separated by vast stretches of water. Over immense spans of time, those separations led to an inevitable divergence, with isolated groups evolving into distinct, new forms. For marine animals, however, the seas were vibrant highways. The Tethys Ocean, in particular, seamlessly connected east to west, thereby allowing marine life to spread across truly vast distances. Its warm, fertile waters stretched from what would one day become the nascent Atlantic to regions that would eventually form parts of Asia. The myriad creatures that thrived there left their indelible fossilized imprints from Europe to the Middle East to Asia, powerfully demonstrating just how expansive their ranges truly were. Storms were an intrinsic, powerful component of this ancient oceanic world. Warm water acts as a potent fuel for powerful weather systems, and with the Jurassic's pervasive greenhouse climate, the oceans were perpetually primed to generate them. Hurricanes and cyclones likely swept across the shallow seas and violently slammed into coastlines. These formidable storms relentlessly reshaped beaches, inundated valleys, and destroyed vast swathes of vegetation along the shores. Yet, they also served a crucial role in redistributing vital nutrients, ceaselessly stirring up sediments and enriching waters for prodigious plankton blooms. Life, in its boundless resilience, adapted to this ceaseless cycle of destruction and renewal, precisely as it does today in modern tropical regions. The very chemistry of the oceans was also subtly different. Higher atmospheric levels of carbon dioxide profoundly affected seawater chemistry, much as they do now. The delicate balance of carbonate ions influenced the fundamental ability of organisms to construct their protective shells and sturdy skeletons. Corals, mollusks, and ammonites all depended intrinsically on that precise chemistry. Despite fluctuations, vibrant reefs flourished, powerfully suggesting that conditions, while not identical to today's, were remarkably favorable for calcifying organisms. Those thriving reefs created intricate three-dimensional habitats where countless smaller creatures could live, find refuge, and hunt. The profound presence of ammonites and other marine invertebrates in such immense abundance serves as a powerful reminder of how critically important the oceans were during this apical time. Ammonites were far more than mere background creatures. They played an essential, pivotal role in the marine food webs. They diligently fed on plankton and small animals, and in turn, they served as crucial prey for fish and formidable marine reptiles. Their rapid evolution and widespread distribution render them invaluable to paleontologists today. But in their own time, they were simply one of the most critical, ubiquitous links in the vast, intricate chain of marine life. Oceans also presented unique opportunities for terrestrial animals. Many dinosaurs chose to live near coasts, where resources were often exceptionally abundant. River deltas, tranquil lagoons, and expansive tidal flats would have drawn countless herbivores seeking lush plants, and predators in their turn would inevitably follow. Some fossilized footprints, exquisitely preserved in ancient sediments, show dinosaurs purposefully walking along ancient shorelines, providing tangible evidence of their interactions with the sea. Pterosaurs, the magnificent flying reptiles of the era, soared gracefully above the waters, occasionally diving with swift precision to catch fish or diligently scavenging along the rich coasts. The line between terrestrial and marine ecosystems was at times beautifully blurry, with energy ceaselessly flowing back and forth across it every single day. The Jurassic oceans were, naturally, not without their inherent hazards. Powerful storms swept across them, diligently driven by the warm waters of the pervasive greenhouse climate. Hurricanes and cyclones relentlessly battered coastlines, smashing delicate reefs and dramatically reshaping beaches. Volcanic eruptions near active rift valleys sometimes poured incandescent lava directly into shallow seas, instantaneously killing local life, but paradoxically creating new fertile habitats once the molten rock eventually cooled. Formidable predators ceaselessly prowled, rendering every swim a matter of inherent risk. Yet, the sheer abundance and resilience of life ensured that for every loss, new growth rapidly followed. Populations rebounded, species adapted, and ecosystems continued to flourish with breathtaking tenacity. If you could impossibly dive into a Jurassic Sea, the experience would utterly overwhelm your senses. Light would filter down through clear, warm water, glinting off the iridescent shells of ammonites and the shimmering scales of fish. Vast schools of fish would swirl around you in intricate ballets, parting in fluid motion as an ichthyosaur shot past in relentless pursuit. In the serene distance, a plesiosaur would glide with ancient grace, its impossibly long neck weaving through the water as it swiftly snatched its prey. Beneath you, a vibrant coral reef would stretch in intricate, complex patterns, buzzing with countless small movements. Then suddenly, the colossal shadow of a plesiosaur might loom overhead, its massive jaws opening wide enough to engulf you whole, serving as a visceral reminder that this was a world where survival was never, ever guaranteed. The oceans of the Jurassic were every bit as important as the lush forests and expansive prairies of the land. They were dynamic engines of evolution, vast arenas of relentless competition, and inexhaustible sources of life's abundance. They generously supported life on scales both minute and massive, seamlessly connecting everything from microscopic plankton to formidable apex predators. They were restless, ceaselessly shaped by powerful currents and dramatic storms, yet inherently stable enough to sustain complex ecosystems for millions of years. Without them, the Jurassic would not be remembered as one of the most vibrant, biologically rich periods in Earth's history. Every coastline, every current, every shallow reef played an intrinsic and indispensable part in constructing the magnificent world of that time. And as the continents ceaselessly continued their ponderous journey, the oceans, in their turn, ceaselessly adjusted. New coastlines appeared, old ones gradually disappeared, currents subtly shifted once again, and life in its boundless adaptability followed each profound change. The comprehensive story of the Jurassic cannot be narrated without these oceans, because they were not merely passive background. They were active, dynamic forces, shaping every single living thing on the planet. When you allow your mind to conjure an image of walking across the ancient land during the Jurassic, the very first thing that would utterly envelop you would not be the majestic dinosaurs themselves, but rather the ubiquitous, vibrant plants. Before your eyes ever spotted a colossal sauropod, or your ears ever registered the distant call of a predator, you would find yourself standing immersed in landscapes that were fundamentally defined by towering trees, sprawling, intricate ferns, and dense, sculptural thickets of cycads. These ancient plants, in their astonishing diversity, meticulously created the foundational framework of the entire ecosystem. They subtly shaped the local climate, provided inexhaustible sustenance for the colossal herbivores, offered crucial shelter to the myriad smaller animals, and fundamentally determined the very kinds of habitats that existed for millions upon millions of years. Were you to strip them away, the entire Jurassic world would, quite simply, collapse into a profound, desolate silence. Crucially, true grasses, those ubiquitous components of our modern landscapes, did not yet exist. The vast open meadows and sweeping savannas that feel so inherently natural to us today were not, then, a part of the primordial scenery. Instead, the ground was meticulously covered with layer upon layer of ferns. They spread across the land like living, verdant carpets, filling the understory with their wide, intricate fronds. Some of these ferns grew low, gracefully hugging the soil, their fronds spreading wide in overlapping circles until hardly any bare earth remained visible. Others were significantly taller, reaching waist-high or even chest-high, forming thick, dense stands that an animal would need to deliberately push through to traverse. Moving through them would have been an experience akin to pushing through fields of colossal leaves, each frond meticulously unrolling in delicate spirals during its early growth before gradually flattening into the familiar, fan-like shape we still observe in modern fern. They thrived luxuriantly in the pervasive humid air, diligently taking full advantage of the abundant moisture and warmth that the Jurassic atmosphere so generously offered. Their minute spores spread with effortless ease, tirelessly carried by the wind and water, thereby ensuring that wherever conditions were even remotely suitable, ferns established themselves in thick, almost boundless numbers. Above them grew the distinctive cycads. These plants were unlike anything most people are accustomed to today, though a few remnant species still gracefully survive in tropical and subtropical regions. Cycads possess an appearance somewhat akin to palms, with stout, often rugged trunks and a regal crown of stiff feather-like leaves radiating majestically from the top. In the Jurassic, they manifested in a breathtaking array of shapes and sizes. Some were merely a few feet tall, creating sculptural clusters that gracefully dotted the landscape. Others were considerably larger, their trunks thicker and their crowns reaching proudly overhead. They reproduced using cones, rather than the more familiar flowers, because flowering plants had not yet evolved their intricate beauty. Their precious seeds were meticulously protected by tough outer shells, which conferred upon them the resilience to survive harsh conditions and tirelessly spread to new areas. Dinosaurs often fed upon cycads, tearing at their stiff leaves and occasionally chewing through their robust cones. These plants were remarkably resilient, capable of regenerating after being grazed, which permitted them to persist even in environments teeming with massive herbivores. Then there were the conifers, the true, silent giants of these ancient forests. These were not, to be precise, the exact same species you might recognize from modern pine or spruce forests, but they belonged to the same broader, ancient family. Some of them were truly immense, reaching astonishing heights of more than 100 feet, their trunks arrow-straight and colossal, their branches densely covered in needles. They profoundly dominated vast areas of the Jurassic landscape, particularly in regions blessed with consistent, abundant rainfall. Their wood was incredibly tough, their bark thick and formidable, and they could stand for centuries, forming ancient forests that stretched for miles, a verdant, enduring testament to time. These conifers provided the very backbone of the Jurassic plant world. Their needles fell to the ground, accumulating in soft layers, slowly breaking down and enriching the underlying soil. Their cones diligently dropped seeds that scattered in the wind, patiently giving rise to new trees. Their colossal branches cast deep, pervasive shade upon the forest floor, meticulously shaping what could and could not grow beneath their majestic presence. To walk into one of these ancient forests would have been an utterly overwhelming experience. The sheer scale alone would render you feeling incredibly small, with trunks wider than a person's arms could reach, stretching skyward into immense canopies that effectively blocked much of the sunlit sky. The very air under those colossal trees would feel cooler and noticeably damper, richly suffused with the pungent, ancient smell of resin. Ferns, in their boundless abundance, grew thick in the pervasive shadows. Cycads clustered in the lighter, dappled spots, and horsetails sprouted luxuriantly in the wet soils near meandering streams. The myriad sounds of animals would echo mysteriously between the trees, but the plants themselves formed the fundamental structure upon which everything else utterly depended. Horsetails, those ancient wonders, deserve their own special mention. Today, the few species that survive are diminutive plants you might observe along river banks, their hollow stems rising no more than knee-high. But in the Jurassic, horsetails could grow dramatically taller, sometimes reaching an astonishing 30 feet. They formed dense, impenetrable stands in swampy areas, their segmented stalks rising in straight, elegant lines, topped with brush-like clusters of spore-bearing cones. These plants truly thrived in wet conditions, diligently anchoring the edges of ancient lakes and rivers, providing crucial cover for small animals and effectively stabilizing soils against erosion. Their pervasive presence lent the Jurassic wetlands a profoundly different appearance than anything you would encounter today. What is critically important to realize is that all these diverse plants existed long before flowering plants, with their intricate blossoms and vibrant colors, graced the scene. There were no bright, colorful blossoms tirelessly attracting pollinators, no expansive meadows filled with a riot of delicate petals, no juicy fruit hanging temptingly from branches. Pollination in the Jurassic was by necessity a simpler affair. Wind patiently carried spores from ferns and horsetails. Conifers and cycads relied on cones, some of which employed the wind, while others engaged with nascent insects, though not in the complex, symbiotic ways that modern flowers do. This fundamental absence meant that the landscapes were overwhelmingly majestically green. Shades of green dominated every horizon, from the deep, dark greens of conifer needles to the lighter, more vibrant greens of fern. Seasonal changes were subtle, almost imperceptible, compared to the dramatic transformations of today's temperate forests. Leaves did not blaze into fiery reds and golden yellows in autumn. Instead, most of the plants were evergreen, diligently retaining their foliage year-round, undergoing only gradual, ancient cycles of growth and decay. These colossal forests were far more than mere passive backdrops. They were the dynamic engines that drove the entire energy flow of the ecosystem. Herbivores fed directly on them, stripping leaves, chewing needles, and gnawing on branches. Insects burrowed into their stems and trunks. Fungi diligently broke down fallen material, recycling vital nutrients back into the soil. The immense abundance of plant life made it entirely possible for massive animals like sauropods to exist. Without endless, inexhaustible supplies of foliage, they could never have been creatures stretching 80 feet long, needing hundreds of pounds of food every single day. The plants literally carried the colossal weight of those giants, and in a profound reciprocal relationship, the giants in turn subtly shaped the forest. When a sauropod moved ponderously through a stand of trees, it inevitably pulled down branches, opened gaps in the dense canopy, and allowed crucial light to reach the understory. Smaller plants diligently took advantage of those openings, thereby creating dynamic cycles of disturbance and regrowth. Fossil evidence compellingly tells us that many of these ancient plants left behind thick, extensive accumulations of debris. In some regions, those ancient deposits transformed into coal over millions of years. Coal seams from the Jurassic powerfully demonstrate just how extensive and productive these primeval forests truly were. Layer upon layer of compressed plant material speaks eloquently of ecosystems that grew, died, and diligently renewed themselves on truly vast scales. These deposits serve as a potent reminder that plants were the true, foundational bedrock of the Jurassic, precisely as they remain today. Imagine, if you will, a tranquil walk across different regions of this ancient world. In lowlands near winding rivers, you would discover extensive wetlands dominated by towering horsetails and sprawling ferns, buzzing with myriad insects and croaking with amphibians. A little higher up, cycads would cluster, their stiff sculptural leaves forming dense patches where small reptiles and early mammals could find refuge. In drier uplands, vast conifer forests would majestically dominate, their tall, straight trunks creating deeply shaded paths beneath them. Each environment possessed its own distinctive feel, its unique blend of smells, its particular symphony of sounds. Yet, all of them were inextricably tied together by the same pervasive greenhouse climate that permitted such an immense diversity of green life to exuberantly thrive. It is also worth a moment of quiet contemplation to consider how fire intrinsically interacted with these ancient forests. Warmer, wetter conditions meant that frequent, powerful storms and their accompanying lightning strikes could readily ignite the vast quantities of vegetation. Some of the plants, particularly certain conifers, were exquisitely adapted to survive fire. Their thick, resilient bark protected their vital trunks, and their cones could, with remarkable resilience, open after intense heat, releasing seeds into freshly cleared ground. Fires would have burned in patches across the forest, thereby creating mosaics of regrowth across the vast landscape. Dinosaurs and other animals would have moved in direct response, initially fleeing the flames, then returning to diligently graze on the tender, new shoots that sprang up afterward. Fire was an intrinsic, natural part of the ceaseless cycle, even in the Jurassic. The profound presence of these immense forests also subtly influenced the atmosphere itself. Plants constantly engage in a vital exchange of gases with the air, diligently absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing life-giving oxygen. With such an immense volume of vegetation cloaking the entire planet, Oxygen levels gradually rose. This in turn helped to sustain not only the massive herbivores and formidable predators, but also smaller, more active animals that required efficient breathing for their heightened metabolic needs. The forest, quite literally, made it possible for life to attain the astonishing scales and levels of activity we so intimately associate with the Jurassic. Even the smallest, most intricate details of these ancient plants held profound significance. Fern spores, tirelessly scattered on the wind, carried genetic diversity far and wide. Conifer cones, sometimes as large as a person's head, dropped seeds capable of surviving long journeys before sprouting. Cycad seeds were often encased in tough, protective shells, diligently shielding them from predators until they could find a safe place to germinate. Horsetails spread by underground rhizomes, as well as by spores, thereby ensuring their remarkable ability to reclaim ground quickly after disturbances. These ingenious strategies permitted the plants to persist, despite the constant immense pressure of being consumed, trampled or burned. For animals, these vast verdant forests were far more than mere food sources. They were their very homes. Small mammals meticulously built their burrows beneath dense fern mats. Insects diligently laid their eggs inside cycad leaves. Pterosaurs gracefully perched on conifer branches. Dinosaurs nested in clearings created by fallen trees or along the edges of wetlands, where abundant vegetation provided crucial cover. The plants meticulously structured every level of life, from the tiniest, hidden burrows to the tallest, most precarious nests. When you consider the Jurassic, it is tempting to allow your imagination to solely focus on formidable teeth and razor-sharp claws. But without the immense, life-sustaining forests of conifers, cycads and horsetails, those teeth and claws would have had nothing to bite into. The plants were, indeed, the majestic stage, the intricate script, and the indispensable supporting cast. Everything else, no matter how profoundly impressive, was utterly dependent upon them. If you were to gently lower your gaze from the towering conifers and sculptural cycads of the Jurassic, what would have unfurled at your feet was something just as profoundly vital, even if it was often easier to overlook. Ferns, in their countless forms, dominated the ground in ways we can scarcely imagine today. Instead of vast, undulating fields of grass waving serenely in the wind, you would have discovered expansive fern prairies. These were ubiquitous green carpets, gracefully rolling across lowlands, fertile floodplains, and the open sun-dappled patches between dense forests. They were not, however, uniform in their appearance. Some prairies were composed of small, low-lying ferns gracefully hugging the ground, their fronds spreading wide in overlapping circles until hardly any bare soil remained visible. Others were filled with significantly taller ferns, reaching waist-high or even higher, forming thick, dense stands that an animal would undeniably need to physically push through to traverse. These ubiquitous fern prairies were utterly essential to the delicate balance of the entire ecosystem. They diligently took full advantage of the pervasive greenhouse conditions of the Jurassic, soaking in abundant moisture, thriving in the consistent warmth and reproducing prodigiously through their spores, which were effortlessly carried by the wind. Unlike seeds, spores did not require specific pollinators or intricate conditions to spread. A single, gentle breeze could scatter millions of them across the vast landscape. That crucial characteristic meant that ferns could colonize open ground with astonishing rapidity, particularly after disturbances such as fire or floods. When a patch of forest succumbed to storm damage, or a volcanic eruption cleared part of a valley, ferns were frequently the very first plants to return, covering the bare soil in a verdant green within a remarkably short period. The animals of the Jurassic depended on these expansive prairies far more than you might initially assume. Large, colossal herbivores grazed upon them, methodically stripping fronds with their beaked mouths or broad teeth, diligently clearing patches as they moved. Smaller dinosaurs darted into them, seeking both sustenance and crucial cover. Early mammals scurried along their edges, expertly utilizing the low-lying foliage for shelter. Insects in their myriad forms thrived in these rich environments, diligently feeding on the soft plant tissue or laying their delicate eggs on the undersides of fronds. Fern prairies were, in essence, like living dining halls and protective shelters, all in one. They provided abundant food at the very bottom of the food chain, which in turn sustained everything higher up. But the ferns did not merely cover the open landscapes. They also profoundly dominated the understory of the great forests. Were you to walk beneath the towering conifers, where the immense canopy effectively blocked much of the sunlight, the ground would not be bare. Instead, it would be densely filled with ferns, growing wherever sufficient light filtered through. They formed a continuous, vibrant layer of greenery beneath the towering trees, a second forest beneath the first, creating a unique world of its own. The air there was demonstrably cooler, noticeably damper, imbued with a constant earthy smell of soil and vegetation. Smaller animals moved through it, largely hidden from view. Predators hunting in the forest had to diligently listen for subtle rustling in the ferns to locate their elusive prey. The understory was a living, intricate maze, meticulously shaping how animals moved and how they survived. Different types of ferns diligently filled different ecological niches. Some species preferred the pervasive shade and thrived beneath the dense canopy. Others required more direct sunlight and spread luxuriantly across open prairies and fertile floodplains. Some grew in swampy soils, their roots exquisitely adapted to waterlogged conditions. Others clung tenaciously to rocky outcrops, spreading their fronds into the light. This remarkable diversity ensured that ferns were present almost everywhere. In many profound ways, they were the defining plants of the Jurassic landscape, demonstrably more common than cycads and even more widespread than conifers in certain areas. The profound resilience of ferns stemmed directly from their simple yet extraordinarily effective reproductive strategy. By producing truly vast numbers of spores, they could effortlessly overwhelm the odds. Even if the vast majority of spores did not take hold, a sufficient number always did to ensure the prodigious spread of new plants. Their inherent ability to grow quickly allowed them to effectively outcompete slower-growing plants in disturbed areas. This remarkable resilience is a primary reason why ferns have survived for hundreds of millions of years, far beyond the Jurassic, and still grace our planet today. They were, in essence, tenacious survivors in a world teeming with giants. For the animals that relied upon them, ferns served as both crucial sustenance and vital cover. Imagine a herd of stegosaurs moving ponderously across a fern prairie. Their beaked mouths cropped the fronds methodically, diligently clearing patches as they went. Behind them, smaller dinosaurs followed, deftly taking advantage of the gaps to find insects or tender new shoots. Predators like Allosaurus might have stalked along the edges, patiently waiting for a moment when an individual strayed too far from the protective group. In that profound way, the fern prairie was not merely a patch of plants. It was a vibrant, dynamic stage where the drama of life and death played out daily. The understories beneath conifer forests played an equally important, yet often overlooked, role. In those dim, verdant spaces, smaller herbivores could move largely unseen. Early mammals, no larger than a mouse or rat, tunneled through the soft soil and darted between fern stems. Insects hummed softly, diligently feeding on decaying plant matter, as much as on living fronds. Amphibians croaked in damp hollows. The whole intricate layer buzzed with life, even though the towering trees above captured most of the visual attention. To the smallest creatures, the understory was their entire world. Fossil evidence compellingly confirms the immense abundance of these plants. Many Jurassic rock formations meticulously preserve impressions of fern fronds, their delicate shapes pressed into mud that later hardened into enduring stone. These fossils are often so remarkably detailed that you can discern the intricate veins running through the leaves. They tell us unequivocally that ferns were not merely scattered here and there, they were omnipresent, covering entire landscapes. Some deposits are almost pure beds of plant material, powerfully demonstrating how thick and dense the growth was. The profound contribution of these plants extended far beyond merely providing food and cover. They diligently shaped soils by efficiently trapping moisture and preventing erosion. Their fallen fronds decomposed into rich layers of organic material, tirelessly enriching the ground. This created exceptionally fertile conditions for other plants to grow, thereby supporting cycads and even young conifers. They perform the same crucial role that grasses play in many modern ecosystems, binding soils and meticulously recycling nutrients. Without them, Jurassic landscapes would have been far more unstable and prone to degradation. It is also important to contemplate the role of ferns in fire recovery. Lightning strikes, an inherent part of the Jurassic stormy climate, frequently set forests ablaze, and volcanic eruptions scorched wide areas. After such events, ferns were almost invariably the first to return, their ubiquitous spores spread into the ash and newly cleared soil, germinating with astonishing rapidity. Within a remarkably short time, blackened ground would be cloaked in green once more. These early waves of ferns created the foundational conditions for cycads and conifers to return, diligently rebuilding forests step by step. In this profound way, ferns acted as pioneers, always poised and ready to reclaim disturbed land and restart the ceaseless cycle of growth. The fern prairies also presented unique challenges for the animals that lived within their depth. Moving through thick stands of waist-high fronds was no easy feat. Small animals could vanish into them with effortless ease, but larger animals had to laboriously push their way through, inevitably leaving telltale trails behind. Predators learned to diligently follow those trails, patiently waiting for moments when prey inadvertently exposed themselves. The prairie was not merely sustenance, it was also a battleground, where the balance between cover and visibility profoundly decided survival. Under the majestic conifer canopies, the understory ferns similarly shaped the intricate ways animals interacted. The dim, dappled light meant that vision was not always a reliable sense. Animals had to depend heavily on sound and smell to navigate their world. The subtle rustle of a frond could signify a lurking predator, or it could mean nothing more than a tiny lizard. To an early mammal, cautiously hiding beneath a fern, every sound carried the potential for danger. The forest floor was a constant, intricate game of risk and chance, played out amongst leaves that towered above creatures too small to perceive the world beyond them. These ancient plants also profoundly influenced the very appearance of the world in ways that would feel radically different from what we know today. Imagine walking into a modern forest and then envision replacing all the grasses and flowers with endless, undulating ferns. Instead of bright, contrasting colors breaking up the pervasive green, you would perceive subtle, nuanced variations of green everywhere. Instead of wide, sun-drenched, open meadows, you would traverse fern fields that reached your waist. Instead of the delicate scents of flowers drifting on the air, you would smell the rich resin from conifers, damp soil, and the faint, earthy must of fern spores. The Jurassic possessed its own distinct atmospheric essence, one meticulously created by plants that had not yet yielded to the astonishing diversity of flowering species that dominate our present era. Everywhere you gazed, the plants meticulously created structure for animals to live within. A herd of sauropods ponderously crossing a floodplain would have left behind trampled patches of ferns that, with astonishing resilience, regrew within weeks. Smaller herbivores diligently grazing in clearings maintained open spaces where predators could spot them. Early birds flapped tentatively between cycads that rose gracefully from fern carpets. Insects moved from frond to frond, inadvertently carrying spores on their bodies. All of it worked seamlessly together as one intricate system. The persistence of ferns into the present day serves as a powerful reminder of how profoundly successful they were. They may not dominate landscapes now in the same expansive way they did in the Jurassic, but their remarkable survival unequivocally proves the effectiveness of their ancient strategy. They did not require flowers or fruit. Their spores and fronds carried them across millions of years, an enduring testament to their adaptability. And in the Jurassic, when conditions unequivocally favored their growth, they spread with astonishing success, meticulously filling every available niche, from open plains to deeply shaded understories. The fern prairies and understories of the Jurassic were not mere background details. They were the very canvas upon which the entire ecosystem was painted. They provided the foundational layer of food and shelter, subtly influenced the soil and atmosphere, and granted smaller creatures the crucial ability to survive in a world ruled by magnificent giants. To fully comprehend the Jurassic, you cannot merely gaze up at the towering dinosaurs. You must also humbly cast your eyes down at the fronds gently brushing against your legs, the verdant mats under your feet, and the understories stretching mysteriously into the shadow. When you turn your contemplative focus from the ancient land of colossal forests and expansive fern prairies to the vast, shimmering waters of the Jurassic, the entire picture shifts dramatically. unfolding into a new realm of wonder. The seas of that distant time were just as teeming with life as the terrestrial landscapes, yet the myriad creatures that inhabited them looked profoundly different from what you would anticipate if you were to dip beneath the waves today. They were vibrantly alive with magnificent reptiles that had undergone remarkable adaptations to embrace the marine world, with fish that were the ancient ancestors of many modern groups, and with countless invertebrates, such as the ubiquitous ammonites that gracefully floated in the currents by the millions. These ancient oceans were far from quiet or empty. They were bustling, fiercely competitive, and meticulously shaped by the ceaseless interplay of predators and prey, locked in constant, primordial cycles of survival. The most iconic and instantly recognizable marine reptiles of the Jurassic were undoubtedly the ichthyosaurs. They had first made their appearance earlier in the Triassic period, but by the Jurassic they had reached their zenith of diversity and ecological dominance. Their sleek, streamlined bodies bore a striking, almost uncanny resemblance to modern dolphins, though it is crucial to remember they were formidable reptiles, not mammals. Built for incredible speed, they possessed long, pointed snouts often filled with formidable teeth, large, keen eyes that granted them excellent vision, even in dim, deeper waters, and powerful tails shaped with downward-turning flukes that propelled them through the water with astonishing force. Fossil evidence reveals that some species attained lengths exceeding 15 meters. Imagine, if you will, a reptile the size of a modern bus darting through the ocean depths, hunting fish, squid, and even smaller reptiles with breathtaking precision. Ichthyosaurs were among the swiftest swimmers of their age, their entire bodies exquisitely adapted for a life in the open, expansive sea. One of the most fascinating aspects of ichthyosaurs lies in the remarkable convergence of their body forms with those of dolphins and tuna, animals that would not evolve until millions of years later. This serves as a striking example of convergent evolution, where unrelated species independently develop similar physical shapes and adaptations because they confront similar environmental challenges, such as the need to move quickly and efficiently through water. There are, after all, only so many optimal solutions that nature can devise, and ichthyosaurs discovered one that functioned with perfect efficacy. Fossilized stomach contents even provide tantalizing glimpses into their diets. Some specimens contain fish bones, others reveal the remains of squid-like creatures, and some even indicate that ichthyosaurs occasionally fed on smaller ichthyosaurs, demonstrating their versatility as hunters in a world where speed often dictated survival. Then there were the plesiosaurs. Unlike ichthyosaurs, their bodies did not so closely resemble modern oceanic predators. They possessed broad, flattened bodies, powered by 4 strong, paddle-like flippers, which they used in a graceful, almost avian motion, akin to flying underwater. Some species were characterized by extraordinarily long necks, culminating in small heads, while others had shorter, more robust necks and larger heads, anatomically designed for crushing prey. The long-necked forms are often the ones most people visualize, sometimes even serving as the ancient inspiration for later myths of sea serpents. They could extend their impossibly long necks into schools of fish, snapping up prey with rapid, precise bites, or dart into the midst of smaller animals without needing to propel their entire bodies forward. Fossils suggest that some plesiosaurs surpassed 12 meters in length, their necks alone stretching several meters. These animals were not built for the same raw speed as ichthyosaurs, but their 4-flippered swimming mechanism afforded them exceptional agility and control. They could maneuver in ways that made them highly efficient hunters, even without possessing top-end velocity. Plesiosaurs occupied a wide spectrum of ecological roles. Some were specialized predators, meticulously focusing on fish and squid. Others may have pursued tougher prey, utilizing stronger jaws to crack open robust shells or tackle larger animals. Their pervasive presence in the oceans underscores the immense diversity of marine reptiles during the Jurassic. Different body plans offered alternative solutions to the same fundamental problems, filling the seas with predators that rarely looked alike but often overlapped in their hunting strategy. Among the most powerful marine reptiles of the Jurassic were the pliosaurs, a group intimately related to plesiosaurs but distinguished by their much shorter necks and colossal, massive heads. They were the undisputed apex predators of their domain, some growing to an astonishing 50 feet in length. Their formidable jaws were lined with teeth as long as bananas, capable of crushing bone with terrifying force. Pliosaurs hunted anything they could capture, including fish, squid, and even other marine reptiles. Fossil evidence strongly suggests they were the supreme terror of the seas, as dominant in their aquatic environment as tyrannosaurs would later be on land. Imagine, if you dare, swimming in a Jurassic Sea and witnessing a massive, ancient head rising from the dark depths, its colossal jaws opening wide enough to engulf you whole. That was the terrifying reality for smaller creatures unfortunate enough to cross paths with a plesiosaur. The fish of the Jurassic were just as critically important as the magnificent reptiles. They populated the oceans in staggering numbers, forming the very base of the food web for predators like ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. Many were early relatives of modern groups, such as the teleost, which today constitute the vast majority of all fish species. Jurassic fish encompassed both small, schooling species that darted in huge numbers and larger, solitary hunters that prowled the reefs and open waters. Their scales and bones are found in immense abundance in fossil deposits, often alongside ammonites and marine reptiles, powerfully demonstrating how intricately interconnected these ecosystems truly were. Sharks were also a pervasive presence. They had already existed for hundreds of millions of years, and in the Jurassic, they continued to thrive. Some were small, diligently feeding on fish and invertebrates. Others were larger, capable of challenging reptiles for dominance in certain ecological niches. Sharks never attained the colossal size of plesiosaurs during this epoch, but their remarkable adaptability ensured their survival alongside these giants. Fossils of Jurassic sharks include teeth that exhibit a wide variety of shapes, from slender, needle-like forms for grasping slippery prey to broad, serrated forms for slicing flesh. This inherent diversity rendered them resilient, capable of exploiting whatever opportunities the vast oceans provided. Ammonites are worth revisiting, as their pervasive presence defines the Jurassic seas more profoundly than almost any other creature. These ancient mollusks, distant relatives of modern squid and octopuses, resided within elegantly coiled shells. They navigated through the water using a form of jet propulsion, and their delicate tentacles extended from the opening of their shells to ensnare prey. Ammonites manifested in countless shapes and sizes. Some were merely a few centimeters across, while others achieved astonishing diameters exceeding a meter. Their shells were often beautifully patterned and internally divided into numerous chambers, which they meticulously filled with gas or fluid to precisely control their buoyancy. They were so widespread and evolved with such remarkable rapidity that paleontologists utilized them to accurately identify the age of distinct rock layers. In their own time, they constituted a central and abundant prey item, sustaining fish, reptiles, and even the nascent seabirds that were beginning to appear. Coral reefs provided another crucial feature of Jurassic oceans. Painstakingly constructed by coral polyps diligently secreting calcium carbonate, these reefs stretched across warm, shallow seas, particularly flourishing in the Tethys Ocean. They provided intricate three-dimensional structures where countless species could find life and refuge. Small fish darted between the branching corals, expertly hiding from lurking predators. Crustaceans scuttled across the reef floor, diligently scavenging bits of food from hidden crevices. Mollusks attached themselves tenaciously to the hard surfaces, patiently filtering water for nutrients. Sponges anchored themselves firmly, pumping water through their pores to extract food. The reef was vibrantly alive with ceaseless motion, even though its foundational structure appeared solid and permanent. Every intricate part of it buzzed with activity, from the tiniest polyp diligently building the reef upward to the largest predators circling ominously overhead. One of the most striking characteristics of these ancient reefs was the sheer density of life they supported. In the expansive open water, creatures were compelled to swim constantly, fiercely competing for food in a three-dimensional environment with few places to conceal themselves. On the reef, however, life packed itself into an intricate, living maze of structures. This remarkable density created boundless opportunities for specialization. Some fish evolved unique body shapes that enabled them to slip gracefully between narrow coral branches. Others developed powerful jaws for crushing shells. Crustaceans adapted specialized claws for breaking open mollusks or meticulously scraping algae from hard surfaces. The reef was akin to a bustling underwater city, filled with myriad niches for every conceivable form of life. The reefs also served as vital nurseries for young animals. Many species utilized them as safe havens for early growth before venturing into the open waters as adults. Juvenile fish deftly hid within the coral to evade predators. Ammonites may have hovered near reefs during vulnerable stages of their lives, expertly utilizing the structures as protection against larger hunters. Even some marine reptiles may have approached reefs at certain times, drawn by the immense abundance of smaller prey clustered there. These crucial nurseries ensured that the reef was not merely a sanctuary for existing populations, but also a fertile breeding ground for future generations. Predators were never far away. Ichthyosaurs tirelessly patrolled the waters surrounding reefs, darting in with lightning speed to snatch fish that strayed too far from cover. Plesiosaurs glided gracefully through, utilizing their impossibly long necks to probe into schools of fish that swarmed near the structures. Sharks ceaselessly circled, patiently waiting for opportunities to strike at weak or distracted prey. The sheer density of life on the reef attracted predators just as surely as it attracted smaller creatures, transforming the area into a place of constant vigilance and subtle danger. For every fish that found sustenance among the corals, another risked becoming food itself. The reef also profoundly shaped the chemistry of the surrounding water. By meticulously building layers of calcium carbonate, corals and other reef organisms influenced how carbon moved through the environment. Their intricate structures helped to buffer local conditions, creating stable microhabitats even when currents shifted. Algae, living in a profound symbiosis with corals, contributed vital oxygen and sugars, thereby nourishing the polyps that diligently built the skeletal structures. This ancient and delicate relationship was an intrinsic part of what made reefs so remarkably successful. Even in the Jurassic, with its higher atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, reefs discovered ingenious ways to thrive, expanding across warm, shallow seas in long, vibrant bands that paralleled coastlines. For paleontologists, ancient reefs are veritable gold mines of invaluable information. Fossil reefs preserve not only the intricate skeletons of the corals themselves, but also a stunning array of the creatures that lived amongst them. Fish bones, mollusk shells, ammonite fragments, crustacean claws, and even the occasional remains of marine reptiles have all been discovered in reef deposits. These fossils provide breathtaking snapshots of entire ecosystems, not just individual species. They reveal how countless different forms of life crowded into the same environment, intricately interacting in ways that profoundly shaped their evolution. The pervasive presence of reefs also influenced the larger geography of the seas. They acted as formidable barriers, breaking waves before they reached shorelines, thereby creating tranquil lagoons behind them and influencing sediment patterns. Those lagoons often became rich, biodiverse habitats in their own right, filled with calmer waters where delicate species could flourish. Reefs fundamentally altered water flow, shaped local currents, and provided crucial resting points for creatures that needed to pause in their journeys. They were, in essence, engineers of the ocean as much as they were vital homes for animals. Imagine, if you will, swimming gracefully through one of these ancient Jurassic reefs. The water would be warm and crystal clear, sunlight cutting down in shifting, ethereal beams. Every intricate surface would be vibrantly alive with shapes and colors. Perhaps not the exact same hues you would observe in a modern reef, but still a riot of ceaseless movement and form. Fish would dart in vast schools, their scales flashing with ancient light. Ammonites would drift languidly, their delicate tentacles reaching out. Crabs would crawl sideways across sandy bottoms, adeptly disappearing into crevices at the first sign of danger. An ichthyosaur might pass gracefully overhead, its sleek body a fleeting shadow that briefly darkens the reef before it vanishes into the azure depths. Life in its boundless vitality is everywhere, layered upon itself, each creature meticulously finding its place in the intricate maze of coral. The reefs of the Jurassic were also remarkably resilient. Powerful storms relentlessly battered them. Volcanic activity occasionally dumped ash into the seas. Currents subtly shift, yet the corals and their myriad allies diligently rebuilt, generation after generation, adding new skeletons on top of old, thereby transforming damage into opportunity. Over millions of years, these ancient reefs grew into truly massive structures, some of which still endure in fossilized form today. Those fossils tell us unequivocally that reefs were not merely temporary habitat. They were permanent, foundational fixtures of the ocean, as reliable in their pervasive presence as forests were on land. Their profound importance cannot be overstated. Without reefs, the biodiversity of the Jurassic seas would have been immeasurably lower. The open ocean could never have sustained such dense populations of fish, mollusks, and crustaceans. On their own, the reefs concentrated life, making it entirely possible for predators to flourish and ecosystems to stabilize. They were cradles of life, meticulously shaping everything around them, precisely as they do today. And beyond the reefs, the vast ocean stretched outward, tirelessly carrying currents that spread life to distant shores. The reefs were not isolated. They were intimately connected to the larger world, both feeding and being fed by it, an intrinsic part of the constant, profound exchange that kept the Jurassic seas vibrantly alive. When your thoughts drift to the Jurassic on land, there is one majestic image that rises unequivocally above all the rest, and that is the sauropod. These truly enormous dinosaurs were unlike anything alive today, and even though we can loosely compare them to elephants or giraffes in terms of sheer size or broad feeding habits, the truth is that they were something altogether unique, an ancient marvel unto themselves. They were unequivocally the largest animals ever to walk upon the face of Earth, and their pervasive presence fundamentally defined the landscapes they inhabited. Entire ecosystems, in their intricate complexity, subtly bent and adapted around their colossal needs, because when an animal stretches more than 20 meters in length, possesses a neck longer than a modern bus, and boasts a body weighing dozens of tons, it does not merely live in an environment, it actively, profoundly transforms it. The most familiar sauropods include the majestic Brachiosaurus, the elegant Diplodocus, the ponderous Apatosaurus, and their myriad relatives. Each possessed its own distinctive shape and unique adaptations, yet all shared certain defining, fundamental features. Their necks were extraordinarily long, comprised of a series of elongated, remarkably structured vertebrae that enabled them to reach vegetation far above the ground. Their bodies were massive, supported by 4 immensely thick legs that functioned like living colossal pillars. Their tails were often just as long as their necks, utilized for balance, for formidable defense, or even for subtle communication across distances. Their heads, while small in proportion to their immense bodies, were exquisitely adapted, their teeth designed for efficiently stripping leaves and soft vegetation. Everything about their colossal forms pointed unequivocally toward one singular, grand purpose: consuming vast, prodigious amounts of plant matter to fuel their enormous, insatiable bodies. Fossil evidence compellingly reveals that these gentle giants often traveled in groups, and this social behavior makes profound sense when one considers the inherent demands of survival. A solitary sauropod, irrespective of its immense size, was still vulnerable to predators, particularly when young, but within the protective embrace of herds, they found safety. Adults could meticulously circle around the younger, more vulnerable individuals, presenting formidable walls of massive bodies and swinging tails to effectively ward off attackers. Moving in groups also allowed them to manage their incessant, colossal need for food, since traveling together meant they could systematically cover large areas, diligently stripping one region of its abundant vegetation before gracefully moving on to another. Their massive footprints, exquisitely preserved in trackways across ancient floodplains, reveal parallel lines that powerfully suggest coordinated, intentional movement. These enduring tracks constitute some of the most direct and compelling evidence we possess of their intricate social behavior. Feeding was at the very core of their existence. A sauropod required the consumption of hundreds of pounds of vegetation each day merely to survive. Their impossibly long necks granted them unparalleled access to food sources that other animals simply could not reach. From the succulent tops of towering conifer trees to the mid-level cycads and ground-level ferns, they exploited every available resource. Some, like the magnificent Brachiosaurus, carried their necks proudly high, browsing at levels that few other creatures could hope to reach. Others, like the elegant Diplodocus, possessed necks that extended horizontally, gracefully sweeping through ferns and low-lying vegetation in wide, efficient arcs. By segmenting the available food sources in this manner, different sauropod species could coexist within the same landscapes, without directly competing for the exact same plants. This elegant partitioning strategy helped to sustain multiple species side by side, each effectively taking a different, specialized slice of the environment's abundant resources. The digestive systems of sauropods were just as critically important as their sophisticated feeding strategies. They did not chew their food with the grinding action familiar to mammals. Their teeth were primarily suited for stripping and grasping, not for mastication. This meant the majority of the actual breakdown of tough plant matter occurred deep within their massive, specialized guts. Many paleontologists theorized that sauropods swallowed stones, known as gastroliths, which aided in grinding the resilient plant material within their stomachs. Combined with exceptionally long digestive tracts and intricate microbial fermentation processes, this system allowed them to efficiently extract energy from plants that would prove incredibly difficult for smaller animals to digest. Their colossal size was both a cause and a profound result of this digestive efficiency. Larger bodies could house larger digestive systems, which in turn facilitated the processing of more food and enabled them to grow even larger. Their immense size conferred other significant advantages. Being massive made them incredibly difficult targets for predators. A fully grown sauropod would have been nearly impossible for even the largest Jurassic carnivores to successfully bring down. Predators likely focused their efforts on the young, the infirm, or the isolated, because prime adults were simply too gargantuan to tackle. Size also aided sauropods in regulating their body temperature. Large animals, due to their greater thermal inertia, lose heat more slowly, which meant sauropods could maintain remarkably stable internal temperatures despite fluctuations in their external environment. In a pervasive greenhouse world, this thermal stability was a distinct advantage, allowing them to remain active across a wide range of conditions. However, colossal size also presented unique challenges. Moving such enormous bodies required immensely powerful muscles and exquisitely efficient skeletons. Sauropods evolved unique bone structures that rendered their colossal bodies both incredibly strong and surprisingly lightweight. Their vertebrae, for instance, were often filled with intricate air sacs connected to their respiratory systems, which significantly reduced overall weight while meticulously maintaining structural integrity. These air sacs also enhanced their breathing efficiency, allowing them to draw oxygen deep into their vast bodies. This respiratory system is strikingly similar to what we observe in modern birds, which are, incidentally, descendants of smaller theropod dinosaurs. In sauropods, it enabled them to sustain levels of activity and prodigious growth that would otherwise have been physiologically impossible. The growth trajectory of these animals was truly astonishing. Fossil evidence unequivocally demonstrates that sauropods hatched from eggs, no larger than a football, to attain lengths of 20 meters or more. They were compelled to grow at an extraordinarily rapid pace, accruing tons of weight in just a few decades. This rapid, sustained growth demanded immense quantities of food and highly efficient metabolisms. Their entire life histories were profoundly shaped by this relentless pressure to grow quickly enough to evade early predation and reach sizes where they became largely invulnerable. It is highly probable that many young sauropods did not survive those vulnerable early years, but the ones that did mature became nearly untouchable giants. The impact of sauropods on their environment was truly profound. Ponderously moving through forests, they inevitably knocked down trees, opened gaps in the dense canopy, and subtly reshaped the very vegetation. Their ceaseless feeding created pathways and clearings. Their immense dung fertilized the soil, diligently spreading nutrients and seeds. Their migrations ensured that plant life was constantly disturbed and renewed. In this profound sense, sauropods were ecosystem engineers, influencing the landscapes as much as they were shaped by them. The very structure of Jurassic forests and prairies cannot be intellectually separated from the pervasive presence of these colossal animals. Even their tails contributed to their multifaceted roles. Some species possessed tails that may have functioned like immense whips, capable of generating sonic cracks loud enough to startle predators or communicate across vast distances within a herd. Others utilized their tails more simply for balance, counteracting the immense weight of their impossibly long necks. The sheer variety of sauropod forms powerfully illustrates how evolution experimented with diverse solutions, all within the overarching framework of enormous plant-eating bodies. Diplodocus, for instance, possessed extremely long, slender tails. Brachiosaurus exhibited a distinctive body plan with longer front legs, which elevated its shoulders high, granting it a giraffe-like stance. Apatosaurus maintained a more horizontal profile, gracefully sweeping through low-lying vegetation. Each adaptation reflected a distinct yet successful strategy for survival in the same ancient world. Fossil sites from the Jurassic often contain the remains of multiple sauropods clustered together. These bone assemblages strongly suggest that they lived and died in groups. Sometimes, entire herds may have perished simultaneously in catastrophic floods or during devastating droughts, leaving behind vast bone beds that paleontologists meticulously uncover millions of years later. These sites provide invaluable windows into their social lives, their approximate sizes, and their behavior. Trackways vividly depict adults walking alongside juveniles, powerfully reinforcing the idea that herding and the collective protection of young were intrinsic components of their survival strategy. The sheer pervasive presence of sauropods must have been truly awe-inspiring to any creature that shared their world. Imagine standing on a Jurassic floodplain and observing a distant herd of Brachiosaurus, their impossibly long necks swaying gracefully above the treetops, their colossal bodies moving slowly yet steadily across the vast landscape. The very ground might faintly tremble beneath their immense weight. Their calls, deep and profoundly resonant, could carry across long distances, communicating silently with others in the group. To smaller animals, they would have seemed like moving hills, massive and largely unbothered by most threats. But they were not invincible. Disease, drought, volcanic eruptions, and predation on their young all took their inexorable toll. Their survival depended on ceaseless adaptation to the challenges of their environment. Yet, for millions of years, they thrived, profoundly dominating the landscapes of the Jurassic in ways no other land animals have ever replicated. Their fossils, discovered on every continent, powerfully testify to just how astonishingly successful they were. From the ancient plains of North America to the burgeoning continents of Africa and Asia, sauropods left their indelible mark in bones, teeth, and footprints. Their pervasive dominance did not, however, mean the exclusion of other herbivores. Stegosaurs, smaller ornithopods, and other plant-eating dinosaurs shared the land with them, diligently feeding on different plants or employing distinct feeding strategies. The ecosystems were complex, featuring multiple layers of herbivory and predation, but sauropods unequivocally held the top position simply due to their immense size and sheer numbers. They were, in essence, the quiet, massive rulers of the land, not through overt aggression or predatory force, but through the calm, relentless act of eating, growing, and moving. Even today, when we stand before their magnificent skeletons in museum halls, the sheer scale is difficult for our minds to fully grasp. Standing beneath the impossibly long neck of a Diplodocus, or gazing up at the colossal shoulders of a Brachiosaurus, you experience the same profound sense of smallness that any Jurassic animal must have felt. Their bones stretch upward and outward, silently reminding us that life on Earth has attained sizes far beyond anything we can readily imagine in the present. They challenge our very sense of what is possible, and remind us that ecosystems can indeed support true giants when the conditions are precisely right. And those conditions in the Jurassic were absolutely pervasive warmth, abundant moisture, inexhaustible vegetation, and a period of global stability created a world where sauropods could truly flourish. They were not accidents of evolution. They were the natural, profound outcome of an environment that permitted plants to grow endlessly and animals to expand to fill the opportunities that such immense plant abundance generously provided. The story of sauropods is, in many profound ways, the quintessential story of the Jurassic itself. Enormous, resilient, and constantly shaping the very land around them. They were the defining presence of their age, but they were not alone, and their world was filled with formidable predators, nimble smaller herbivores, and graceful creatures of the skies that rendered the landscapes even more dynamic and vibrant. If the colossal sauropods were the majestic rulers of the land through their immense size and overwhelming abundance, then the predators of the Jurassic were the dynamic forces that ceaselessly tested them, meticulously shaped their behavior, and perpetually kept the intricate balance of the ecosystem in motion. Among these formidable predators, the allosaurs and their myriad relatives stood out as the dominant hunters of their distant time. They were not the sole carnivores roaming the ancient Earth, but they were unequivocally among the largest, most adaptable, and most geographically widespread. When your mind's eye conjures an image of a Jurassic predator stealthily stalking across a vast floodplain or powerfully pushing through a dense fern prairie, chances are you are envisioning some magnificent form of allosaur. Allosaurus itself is, perhaps, the most renowned representative of this formidable lineage. Fossils of this impressive dinosaur have been discovered in prodigious numbers, particularly in North America, where entire bone beds contain the remarkably preserved remains of dozens of individuals. This sheer abundance powerfully suggests that allosaurs were not rare specialists. They were common, successful, and efficiently filled the crucial ecological role of apex predator across vast regions. Adult allosaurs attained lengths of approximately 9 to 12 meters, possessing strong, muscular legs for rapid movement, long, balancing tails, and powerful jaws lined with razor-sharp serrated teeth. Their skulls were large but surprisingly lightweight, constructed with intricate openings that reduced mass while still maintaining immense strength. The teeth were exquisitely designed for slicing flesh rather than crushing bone, sharp, recurved, and perfectly adapted to tear into their prey. What rendered allosaurs particularly effective as hunters was their robust and agile build. They possessed powerful hind limbs, expertly designed for running and maneuvering with speed, while their bodies were meticulously balanced by long, muscular tails, endowing them with both swiftness and agility. Their arms, though notably smaller than their legs, were far from vestigial. Each hand bore 3 sharp claws which could grip and slash with devastating effect. Combined with their formidable jaws, this provided them with multiple weapons to bring down prey. They may not have possessed the sheer bite force of later predators like Tyrannosaurus, but they did not require it. Their hunting strategy likely involved repeated slashing bites and potentially coordinated attacks that progressively weakened their targets over time. Evidence derived from fossil injuries strongly suggests that allosaurs were capable of tackling exceptionally large prey, including the immense sauropods. Bite marks meticulously preserved on sauropod bones precisely match the distinctive teeth of allosaurs, powerfully demonstrating that they, at the very least, fed on these colossal giants, whether through active hunting or opportunistic scavenging. Trackways and bone beds provide tantalizing hints at the possibility of group behavior. While it remains a subject of scientific debate whether allosaurs truly hunted in meticulously coordinated packs, it is plausible that they, at minimum, tolerated each other around large kills, much like modern crocodiles or big cats do. In regions where prey was abundant, groups of allosaurs may have congregated, efficiently taking advantage of opportunities too immense for a single individual to handle. Allosaurs were not the sole large predators of their distant age. Their kin included other theropods that diligently filled different ecological niches. Some were smaller and more agile, focusing their predatory efforts on swift herbivores rather than colossal sauropods. Others grew nearly as large as Allosaurus itself, dominating different geographical regions of the world. Collectively, they created a dynamic landscape where predators manifested in many sizes, each subtly shaping the behavior of herbivores in turn. The intricate interactions between predator and prey were a constant, ceaseless drama. Imagine a herd of stegosaurs moving slowly across a vast floodplain, ponderously browsing on abundant ferns. The adults carried their distinctive tail spikes, known as a thagomizer, capable of inflicting deadly wounds. An allosaur circling nearby was compelled to calculate carefully whether the inherent risk was worth the potential reward. Attacking a healthy adult stegosaur could mean being impaled by its formidable tail weapon. The safer, more pragmatic option was to target vulnerable juveniles or injured individuals. This constant push and pull, this ancient evolutionary arms race, meticulously shaped the evolution of both predator and prey. Predators were compelled to be strong, fast, and remarkably adaptable. Herbivores, in their turn, had to develop effective defenses, whether in the form of robust armor, formidable spikes, or intricate group behaviors. Allosaurs were also keen opportunists. Fossil evidence unequivocally demonstrates that they fed on carcasses as well as actively hunting live prey. In a world where survival was never guaranteed, disregarding an easy, readily available meal would have been a profound mistake. They could perceive or scent a fallen dinosaur from a considerable distance, cautiously approach, and feed until driven off by formidable competitors. Scavenging did not diminish their effectiveness as hunters. It simply rendered them more versatile and resilient. The inherent ability to exploit multiple food sources is one of the key reasons they thrived for millions of years. Other predators of the Jurassic added to this complex dynamic. Smaller theropods hunted within the dense understory, preying on nascent mammals, lizards, and young dinosaurs. Some of these smaller hunters may have been feathered, their bodies covered in simple filamentous structures that offered insulation or served for display. These smaller hunters were swift and remarkably stealthy, filling ecological roles akin to modern foxes or coyotes. Mid-sized theropods targeted medium-sized herbivores, while osaurs and their close relatives focused on the largest available prey. This intricate layering of predator sizes created a balanced ecosystem where virtually every niche was diligently filled. The physical evidence of predation is preserved in surprisingly intricate ways. Bones of herbivores sometimes bear the indelible marks of teeth, either healed or unhealed, powerfully demonstrating that they survived attacks or were consumed after death. Pathologies meticulously observed on predator bones suggest that hunting was inherently dangerous, frequently leading to injuries that sometimes healed poorly. In some rare cases, bite marks on predator bones match the teeth of other predators, unequivocally implying fierce fights over food or territory. These fossils serve as visceral reminders that life for Jurassic predators was not one of effortless dominance. It was a constant, perilous struggle, fraught with risks and intense competition. Allosaurs themselves exhibit compelling evidence of this struggle. Some skeletons display broken bones that subsequently healed, suggesting they survived significant, often debilitating injuries. Others show evidence of infections that would have severely weakened. Living as a predator unequivocally demanded not just immense strength, but also profound resilience. Injuries could originate from fiercely fighting prey, from aggressive rivals, or from accidents occurring during the heat of the hunt. Yet, despite these formidable challenges, allosaurs and their kin continued to thrive across the vast Jurassic world, adeptly adapting to new environments as continents slowly shifted and climates subtly changed. One of the fundamental keys to their enduring success was their remarkable adaptability. They were not inextricably locked into one specific prey type or one particular environment. They could hunt colossal sauropods in dense forests, nimble stegosaurs on expansive open plains, or smaller herbivores along verdant riverbanks. Their bodies were sufficiently versatile to handle a wide range of conditions. This inherent adaptability meant that when ecosystems underwent transformation, they could simply follow their prey into new territories rather than perishing. It also enabled them to spread widely across the globe, with relatives discovered in Europe, Africa, and Asia, as well as North America. The pervasive presence of these formidable predators profoundly influenced every aspect of herbivore behavior. Herding amongst sauropods and stegosaurs was not merely about protecting the young from environmental hazards. It was a direct evolutionary response to the constant threat of predators. Moving in groups significantly reduced the chances that any single individual would be singled out and taken. Defensive adaptations, such as the formidable plates, sharp spikes, and robust armor, were meticulously sharpened by the incessant threat of attack. Even the remarkable speed and agility of smaller herbivores can be directly traced back to the evolutionary pressures exerted by relentless predator pursuit. Without the allosaurs and their kin, the evolutionary arms race of the Jurassic would have unfolded in a profoundly different manner. When your thoughts drift to the landscape of the Jurassic, avoid picturing it as a serene, peaceful parade of giants grazing undisturbed. Instead, envision it as a dynamic, constant balance, where the looming shadow of a predator could fall at any moment. An allosaur emerging stealthily from the edge of a forest would send herds scattering in a flurry of movement. A young sauropod that strayed too far from its protective group risked being taken. Even predators were compelled to remain vigilant, because aggressive rivals might challenge them for hard-won kills. It was a world in ceaseless motion, shaped as much by the formidable hunters as by the resourceful hunted. And yet, despite the inherent violence woven into their lives, these predators were not mindless killers. They were animals, living by instincts meticulously honed through countless eons of evolution. Striving to survive day to day, they focused on their own survival, their growth, their reproduction. They were not villains in the grand narrative of the Jurassic. They were essential, pivotal players, diligently maintaining the delicate balance of ecosystems that depended on checks and pressures from every conceivable direction. Without them, herbivore populations could have burgeoned unsustainably, ultimately leading to catastrophic ecological collapses. With them, the system maintained a dynamic, resilient equilibrium. Dinosaurs and their kin left an indelible mark on the fossil record, but they also left a profound mark on the human imagination. When you stand before an Allosaurus skeleton in a museum, its jaws gaping and claws extended, it is easy to visualize the primal fear it must have inspired. But it is equally important to remember the crucial role it played in shaping its world. It was not just a predator, it was an integral part of an intricate web that seamlessly tied together ferns, cycads, sauropods, stegosaurs, and even the smallest, most unassuming mammals. Every step it took sent ripples through that vast web, profoundly influencing the lives of countless other species. When you allow your mind to picture the vast skies of the Jurassic, you might initially imagine them ruled entirely by pterosaurs, those magnificent flying reptiles, with their long membranous wings stretched between elongated fingers, gracefully gliding and diving above ancient coastlines. And it is true that pterosaurs were indeed the first vertebrates to achieve sustained powered flight, dominating the skies for tens of millions of years. But the Jurassic was also the pivotal moment when another, equally profound story began to take shape, a narrative that would eventually reshape the aerial domain of Earth forever. This was the glorious dawn of birds. The earliest birds did not, it must be noted, resemble the sparrows, crows, or hawks you know today. They were, in many fundamental ways, closer to their dinosaur ancestors than to anything modern. And in a remarkable evolutionary dance, they straddled the delicate line between two worlds. Archaeopteryx, discovered in the 19th century amidst the exquisite limestone quarries of Germany, remains the most celebrated of these early avian pioneers. Fossils of this extraordinary creature reveal a captivating blend of features that puzzled scientists for decades. On the one hand, it possessed feathers, wings, and a wishbone, anatomical characteristics that unequivocally link it to birds. On the other hand, it retained teeth in its jaws, claws on its wings, and a long bony tail, features that were unmistakably dinosaurian. It was truly a mosaic, a creature caught exquisitely in transition, powerfully demonstrating how sustained flight evolved from small feathered theropod dinosaurs. Feathers themselves had existed long before true birds made their appearance. Many small theropod dinosaurs sported simple filamentous feathers, which may have initially evolved for crucial insulation or for vibrant display. Over vast spans of time, these rudimentary feathers became increasingly complex, branching and forming intricate structures that could effectively catch air. The monumental leap from feathers primarily utilized for warmth or visual spectacle to feathers specifically adapted for sustained flight was a gradual, incremental process. But in the Jurassic, this transformative journey was powerfully underway. Archaeopteryx and its kin were, in essence, experimenting with the skies, testing the very boundaries of what it meant to move through the air, not with stretched skin like the pterosaurs, but with an ingenious new mechanism, feathers meticulously attached to arms that had, through countless evolutionary steps, transformed into wings. The flight of these earliest birds was likely clumsy and somewhat awkward compared to the refined, graceful movements of modern species. Their wings were capable of flapping, certainly, but their skeletons lacked some of the intricate refinements that grant modern birds the astonishing efficiency to soar and maneuver with such effortless grace. They may have primarily relied on gliding from tree to tree, flapping only in short, powerful bursts to extend their range or to evade lurking predators. They were not yet the undisputed masters of the sky, but they were diligently learning, and in the interim, feathers conferred upon them advantages beyond mere flight. They provided vital insulation, meticulously maintaining stable body temperatures. They offered opportunities for intricate display, with patterns or colors that could attract mates or warn off rivals. They even aided in camouflage, subtly breaking up their outlines against the dense foliage. The discovery of Archaeopteryx fossils marked one of the most significant turning points in the history of paleontology. When the first specimen was meticulously described in the 1860s, it arrived precisely as Darwin's groundbreaking theory of evolution was generating intense scientific debate. Here was a fossil that appeared to be both a reptile and a bird, irrefutable evidence of a biological transition, preserved in stone. Its profound impact on science cannot be overstated, but in its own time, Archaeopteryx was simply one of several small, feathered creatures deftly taking advantage of the unique Jurassic environment. Other feathered theropods likely inhabited Asia and other regions, though their fossils remain tantalizingly rare. The fine limestone quarries of Germany preserved Archaeopteryx with such exquisite detail because the geological conditions there were exceptional, transforming delicate bones and fragile feathers into enduring impressions that have lasted for millions of years. The environments these early birds inhabited were intrinsically complex. Forests of towering conifers and sculptural cycads provided abundant perches. Fern understories offered crucial cover for small prey. Innumerable insects buzzed through the air, providing a readily available food source that could be swiftly snatched in mid-flight. Small lizards and mammals scurried below, vulnerable to quick aerial attack. The sky itself was not a safe, unchallenged domain, because pterosaurs dominated it with wingspans ranging from modest to truly enormous. Early birds were compelled to navigate a world already teeming with aerial competition, diligently carving out niches where they could survive and, in time, perhaps thrive. One distinct advantage birds possessed over pterosaurs was their feathers. While pterosaurs relied on membranous wings stretched taut across elongated fingers, birds had feathers that could be adjusted individually and precisely. This conferred upon them greater control over lift and maneuverability, even if they had not yet achieved the pinnacle of avian flight. Over millions of years, this fundamental advantage would enable birds to diversify into an astonishing array of forms, eventually surpassing pterosaurs in aerial dominance. But in the Jurassic, they were still relative newcomers, fragile and experimental in their aerial endeavors. The diets of these early birds were varied and opportunistic. Insects were likely their primary food source, being abundant and easily accessible in forests and open areas. Some may have fed on small vertebrates, adeptly catching lizards or mammals when the opportunity arose. Others may have scavenged, picking at carcasses or feeding on leftovers from larger predators. Their sharp teeth, unlike the specialized beaks of modern birds, allowed them to grip and tear. This inherent versatility in diet granted them resilience, a key factor in their survival and eventually evolutionary success. Fossils of Archaeopteryx reveal that it possessed claws on its wings, a feature that may have enabled it to climb trees with greater ease. If so, it may have spent much of its life among the branches, launching short flights or glides to move between perches. Its long tail, stiffened by numerous bones, would have aided significantly with balance and intricate maneuvering. In life, it may have looked like a small feathered dinosaur with wings, hopping and gliding rather than soaring gracefully. But that was in the dense, verdant forests of the Jurassic, where cover was plentiful and predators were omnipresent. Even short, burst flights could mean the crucial difference between life and death. The pervasive presence of early birds also subtly influenced the behavior of other animals. Insects faced new aerial hunters, compelling them to adapt new evasive strategies. Small mammals that once relied solely on ground cover now had to cast wary glances at the skies. Even pterosaurs may have perceived the nascent competition, though they were far larger and occupied distinct ecological niches. The addition of birds to the ecosystem layered new, complex interactions into already intricate food webs. It is tempting to perceive these first birds as minor players compared to the colossal giants of their world, but their significance lies not in their initial size, but in what they represented, the burgeoning potential of a lineage that would ultimately outlast almost everything else from the Jurassic. While sauropods, stegosaurs, and allosaurs would eventually vanish at the end of the Cretaceous period, birds would persist, diversifying into over 10,000 species alive today. The calls of Archaeopteryx may have been crude compared to the intricate melodies of modern birdsong, but they were, in essence, the very first notes in a chorus that still vibrantly fills our planet. The fossil evidence of feathers in the Jurassic has grown unequivocally stronger with remarkable discoveries from China and other regions, where fossils of small theropods exhibit clear feather-like coverings. Some of these animals were not true birds, but they powerfully reveal how widespread feathers had become. They were not rare, accidental occurrences. They were part of a broader, encompassing evolutionary trend. Feathers were proving useful in multiple, ingenious ways, and birds were one of the profound results. The line between small, feathered dinosaurs and true birds was beautifully blurred, making it abundantly clear that the transition was gradual, a slow, majestic unfolding, rather than a sudden, abrupt leap. Picture, if you will, a sun-dappled forest clearing in the late Jurassic. A small, feathered creature cautiously climbs onto a branch, its nascent wings spreading slightly as it diligently balances. Insects flicker in the humid air, catching the intermittent sunlight. With a sudden, tentative leap, it flaps its wings awkwardly, gliding downward to another tree. A predator moves in the distant undergrowth, but the little creature has already vanished into the protective embrace of the branches. It isn't graceful, but it's survived. Over vast spans of time, its descendants will refine that primal leap into truly masterful flight, transforming awkward glides into soaring, epic journeys across continents. But here, in this ancient moment, it is simply another animal, diligently finding a way to live, to persist, to simply be. The dawn of birds in the Jurassic was not about sudden dominance. It was about immense potential. It was about new possibilities opening up in the vast ethereal skies, about small animals ingeniously taking advantage of feathers in ways their ancient ancestors had never conceived. It was about survival in a world teeming with giants, achieved not through colossal size, but through exquisite, boundless adaptation. And as the Jurassic gracefully rolled on, those feathered shadows continued to test the ancient air, their nascent wings tirelessly carrying them slowly yet inexorably toward a future where they would indeed inherit the sky. When people allow their minds to envision the Jurassic, they typically conjure images of enormous dinosaurs majestically dominating vast forests and expansive plains. The sheer scale of these colossal giants is so overwhelming that it is effortlessly easy to overlook the fact that the vast majority of animals sharing that ancient world were not huge at all. They were small, often unassuming, frequently overlooked, and yet they held just as much intrinsic importance for the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Mammals scurrying furtively in the shadows, insects ceaselessly humming through the humid forests, amphibians croaking rhythmically near meandering streams, and reptiles no larger than your hand, all played their intricate, indispensable parts. These tiny travelers diligently filled every nook and cranny that the giants could not reach, meticulously shaping the subtle details of life in ways that were every bit as vital as the sweeping, pervasive presence of the sauropod. Mammals, those unassuming precursors to our own lineage, had already made their appearance long before the Jurassic commenced. They were the resilient descendants of earlier synapsids, small, often shrew-like creatures that had branched off from the evolutionary line that ultimately produced reptiles. By the Jurassic, mammals were firmly established, though they bore little resemblance to the large, varied forms we recognize today. Most were approximately the size of a mouse, rat, or shrew, exquisitely built for speed, agility, and sheer survival in a world where colossal predators could crush them in a single, devastating step. Their delicate skeletons reveal intricate adaptations for quick movement, diligent digging, and agile climbing. Many were nocturnal, cleverly taking advantage of the night when the great dinosaurs were less active, thereby reducing their risk. Fossils of early mammals like Morganucodon and Dryolestes provide tantalizing details about their ancient lives. Their teeth were already remarkably specialized, with molars finely adapted for chewing food more effectively than reptiles could. This conferred upon them a distinct advantage when feeding on insects, small vertebrates, or tender plants. Mammals possessed faster metabolisms than reptiles, which necessitated more frequent feeding, but also endowed them with greater energy for sustained activity. Their fur, another crucial adaptation, provided vital insulation, enabling them to survive in cooler nights or within shaded understories where temperatures dropped significantly. These features, though seemingly ordinary today, were in the Jurassic cutting-edge survival strategy. The mammals of the Jurassic were not attempting to directly compete with colossal sauropods or formidable stegosaurs. They survived by meticulously occupying ecological niches too small or too discreet for the immense dinosaurs to notice or effectively exploit. They hunted insects in the leaf litter, diligently dug burrows for safety, and raised their young in hidden, inconspicuous nests. Some possessed the ability to climb trees, scurrying through branches in search of sustenance. Others inhabited riverbanks, feeding on aquatic invertebrates. Their diversity was already impressive, even though their size remained modest. By cleverly avoiding direct competition with larger animals, they meticulously carved out safe zones in an inherently dangerous world. Insects were even more widespread and pervasive, their presence profoundly shaping every terrestrial ecosystem. They had existed for hundreds of millions of years already, and by the Jurassic, their ranks included a vast array of beetles, flies, dragonflies, wasps, and countless others. Without flowering plants, the intricate process of pollination was not yet the major ecological role it would later become. But insects remained crucial as tireless decomposers, stealthy predators, and ubiquitous prey. They broke down dead plants and animals, diligently recycling vital nutrients back into the soil. They preyed upon each other, forming complex, interconnected food webs. And most importantly, they provided a primary, inexhaustible food source for countless other creatures: early birds, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and even some dinosaurs depended heavily on insects for their sustenance. Imagine the very air above a Jurassic wetland. Clouds of dragonflies would hover gracefully, their delicate wings beating fast enough to produce a constant shimmering haze. Some species attained wingspans larger than modern dragonflies, though the absolute giants of the Carboniferous period had already disappeared. Beetles scuttled tirelessly across decaying logs, their hard shells providing protection from predators. Ant-like insects meticulously built colonies underground, fiercely defending their tunnels. Mosquito-like forms buzzed, diligently feeding on the blood of reptiles or amphibians. Insects were omnipresent, filling the pervasive silence with a ceaseless hum that never truly ended. These insects were not merely background noise. They influenced evolution directly. Small dinosaurs that began experimenting with feathers likely hunted insects, catching them with quick leaps or snaps of their jaws. Early birds relied on them as steady prey, snapping them out of the air mid-flight. Mammals fed heavily on them, profoundly shaping their teeth and hunting behaviors around their capture. The sheer abundance of insects provided smaller animals with a reliable food source, one that did not require bringing down colossal giants or fiercely competing for scarce vegetation. Amphibians were also an intrinsic part of this world of small wonders. Frogs had already appeared, their rhythmic calls echoing near ponds and rivers. Much as they do today, salamander-like forms swam gracefully through streams, diligently hiding under rocks and feeding on insects and small fish. These amphibians thrived in the humid greenhouse climate, which provided ample water for breeding and survival. Their fossils often appear in wetland deposits, powerfully demonstrating that they were widespread. While they did not dominate in sheer numbers like insects or mammals, they played their vital roles in food webs, feeding predators and consuming invertebrates. Reptiles of small stature were also abundant. Lizards scurried across sun-baked rocks, basking in the pervasive sunlight and darting after insects. Early relatives of crocodiles lingered near waterways, some fully aquatic and others spending part of their time on land. Turtles paddled patiently in rivers and ponds, their shells offering protection from predators. True snakes had not yet evolved, but other small reptiles filled niches as hunters of insects and small vertebrates. Their pervasive presence, like that of mammals and amphibians, added to the layered complexity of the ecosystem. The profound importance of these tiny travelers becomes clearer when you contemplate the balance of energy in an ecosystem. Large herbivores consumed vast amounts of plants, but their numbers were intrinsically limited by the immense need for so much food. Large predators were even fewer, utterly dependent on the herbivores, but insects, mammals, amphibians, and small reptiles existed in staggering numbers. They diligently recycled nutrients, moved energy upward through food webs, and ensured that no resource went entirely to waste. Without them, the intricate system would have collapsed. The giants, ironically, depended on the tiny creatures just as much as the tiny creatures depended on the giants, even if indirectly. Fossil sites sometimes preserve these small wonders in incredible detail. The exquisite limestone deposits of Germany, famously known for Archaeopteryx, also contain insects with wings and bodies so meticulously preserved that researchers can study their intricate patterns. Burrows painstakingly preserved in rock layers reveal the behavior of small mammals or reptiles that diligently dug into the ground. Coprolites, or fossilized droppings, sometimes contain insect parts within them, thereby confirming ancient diets. Each of these fossils serves as a poignant reminder that the Jurassic was not solely about colossal skeletons. It was about entire vibrant communities, from the smallest to the largest. It is effortless to imagine how these small animals lived day to day. A mammal leaves its burrow at dusk, its whiskers twitching sensitively as it searches for beetles among the ferns. It pauses at every subtle sound, keenly aware that predators lurk nearby. A dragonfly flashes past, hunting mosquitoes above a shimmering pond. Frogs call out from the water's edge, their voices echoing into the night. A lizard warms itself on a fallen log, then darts down to snap up an unsuspecting ant. Each of these actions is minute on its own, but collectively they form the ceaseless heartbeat of the ecosystem. The survival strategies of these creatures were simple yet extraordinarily effective. Remain small, stay hidden, reproduce quickly, and skillfully take advantage of abundant food sources. These strategies allowed them to persist in a world where immense size often determined survival. They did not need to outgrow the colossal dinosaurs. They simply needed to outlast them. And in the long run, that is precisely what mammals did. Their small size and remarkable adaptability granted them the resilience to survive events that would later decimate the giants. But in the Jurassic, their story was not about future triumphs. It was about daily existence, about diligently scratching out a living in the small, intricate spaces left open by the massive players of the age. Their lives were no less real or important. They were constant, subtle forces that kept the entire system working. Without them, the great dinosaurs would not have had the foundational stability to truly thrive. So while the eye is always drawn inexorably to the towering sauropods or the stalking allosaurs, it is profoundly worth lowering that gaze. The Jurassic was teeming with life at every conceivable scale, and the tiny travelers mattered just as much as the magnificent rulers of the land. They filled the spaces under ferns, inside decaying logs, along winding rivers, and in the very air. They were omnipresent, rendering the world alive in ways that bones and teeth alone can never fully capture. If you attempt to fully picture the Jurassic, it is effortless to focus primarily on what you would visually perceive: towering trees, colossal dinosaurs, warm, shimmering seas, and endless, verdant ferns dominating the mental landscape. But sight was merely one component of the immersive experience. The world of that distant time was also profoundly rich with sound, and if you could impossibly stand quietly in a forest, on a vast plain, or upon an ancient coastline, you would hear an environment that was never truly silent. The soundscape of the Jurassic was as intrinsically important to life as the plants and animals themselves, because animals relied on sound for intricate communication, for crucial warning, for stealthy hunting, and ultimately for their very survival. The complex mix of noises reverberated across forests, prairies, wetlands, and seas, creating a constant, pervasive background that would feel both strangely familiar and wonderfully alien to modern ears. Let us commence with the forest. Beneath conifers, stretching over 100 feet tall, the wind would move through their colossal branches, rustling myriad needles with a steady, ancient hiss. Cycads and ferns swayed gently at ground level, adding a softer, more subtle rustle beneath the dominant arboreal sounds. Innumerable insects buzzed constantly, their tiny wings vibrating, producing high-pitched tones that rose and fell as they passed by. Frogs croaked near streams, filling the lower register with rhythmic, ancient calls. Somewhere deeper in the dense understory, a small mammal might squeak briefly as it scurried through the leaflet. All these minute sounds seamlessly blended into a living background, a pervasive hum of activity that never truly ceased. Then came the larger, more profound voices. Herbivorous dinosaurs communicated with one another across the vast expanse of trees. Sauropods, with their enormous bodies and impossibly long necks, likely produced deep, resonant calls. These low-frequency sounds possess the remarkable ability to travel for miles, vibrating through the ground and the air alike. Modern elephants utilize similar infrasound, too deep for human ears to discern clearly, but powerful enough to convey messages across entire herds. A brachiosaurus might have lifted its majestic head above the canopy and emitted a low rumble that echoed for kilometers, informing others of its presence. or signaling readiness to move. Diplodocus herds may have exchanged constant, low calls to maintain coordination as they traversed the landscape. Other herbivores possess their own distinct sounds. Stegosaurs may have used deep grunts or low bellows to warn off predators or communicate with mates. Their powerful tails, armed with formidable spikes, may have added a percussive sound to the landscape when powerfully swung against the ground in display. Ornithopods, those smaller plant eaters, could have produced higher-pitched calls, chirps, or honks, depending on the intricate structure of their throats and nasal passages. Fossil evidence reveals that some dinosaurs possessed complex nasal cavities, which in later relatives like hadrosaurs were utilized to produce resonant, trumpet-like calls. In the Jurassic, those systems were less developed, but sound remained essential to their behavior. Predators, too, added their formidable voices to this ancient symphony. Allosaurs likely roared, though perhaps not in the dramatic, thunderous manner often depicted in films. Their calls may have been a complex mix of low growls, guttural bellows, or even menacing hissed warnings. Modern crocodilians produce deep rumbles by vibrating air sacs in their throats, and large theropods could have employed a similar mechanism. The sound of an allosaur advertising its presence or warning a rival might have carried through valleys, causing smaller animals to fall into an immediate profound silence. At closer range, the distinct snapping of jaws, the heavy thud of colossal feet, and the rustle of foliage as predators moved would have been unmistakable, chilling sounds. The soundscape of wetlands added its own rich layers. Along the winding rivers and shimmering lakes, amphibians called rhythmically at night, insects droned in vast swarms, and turtles splashed as they entered the water. Pterosaurs screeched as they circled gracefully overhead, their voices sharp and carrying. Fish splashed occasionally, breaking the tranquil surface. Marine reptiles closer to the coasts may have surfaced with hissing breaths before elegantly diving again. These wetlands would have been among the noisiest places, teeming with overlapping calls from animals active both day and night. Night in the Jurassic possessed its own distinctive soundscape. When the larger, diurnal dinosaurs quieted, the insects grew louder, their incessant buzzing filling the humid air. Frogs, in their turn, took over in vibrant choruses, while mammals rustled softly in the underbrush. Owls, as we know them, had not yet evolved, but early birds and small predatory reptiles may have hunted by night, producing sudden sharp cries when they successfully caught prey. The pervasive darkness amplified every noise, because survival utterly depended on paying acute attention to what was moving nearby. On expansive open plains, covered with ubiquitous ferns and sculptural cycads, the soundscape carried differently. Without dense forest to absorb them, noises travelled considerably farther. A herd of sauropods moving ponderously across such ground would have produced a steady, rhythmic cadence of heavy footsteps, each one thudding into the ancient soil. Their immense tails may have cracked like whips, producing sharp, startling sounds that warned off predators or signaled coordinated herd movement. Smaller dinosaurs added their quicker, lighter footfalls. The wind swept across the open spaces, carrying the rustle of vegetation and the calls of animals for long distances. This openness rendered sound an essential tool for communication. Along coastlines, the complex mix of sea and land sounds seamlessly blended together. Waves crashed or gently lapped against shorelines, depending on the prevailing weather and tides. Pterosaurs circled gracefully, their sharp calls mingling with the constant rush of water. Marine reptiles surfaced with gasping breaths, sometimes producing low calls underwater to communicate. Early birds like Archaeopteryx might have screeched in short bursts as they moved through trees near the shore. Insects swarmed in great numbers, adding their constant hum. This rich mixture of sea and land noises created a profound and varied acoustic environment. It is worth contemplating how animals utilized sound, not merely to communicate, but fundamentally to survive. The herbivores relied on alarm calls to warn their herds of approaching predators. Predators diligently listened for the telltale rustling of prey and ferns, or the sudden splash of movement in water. Insects produced mating calls that attracted partners, but also risked drawing predators. Every sound carried profound meaning, and silence could be just as critically important. When the usual background hum of life suddenly ceased, it signaled immediate danger. Animals froze, listening intently, waiting for the source of the threat to reveal itself. Fossil evidence lends compelling support to the importance of sound. The intricate structure of inner ears in dinosaurs reveals a sensitivity to low frequencies, strongly suggesting that deep rumbles were an intrinsic part of their communication. The presence of resonating chambers in certain skulls indicates that sound production was sophisticated, not primitive. Even in animals without specialized structures, the fundamental need to signal, warn, or attract mates ensured that sound was a constant, pervasive element. The Jurassic was not a mute world. It was vibrantly alive with calls, clicks, buzzes, and rumbles. The daily rhythm of sound faithfully followed the rhythm of activity. At dawn, insects stirred, early birds flapped from branches, and herbivores called to gather their herds. As the day warmed, the buzzing of insects grew louder. Predators moved with ancient stealth, and the forest filled with overlapping noises of feeding, calling, and movement. Afternoon storms added their dramatic thunder, rolling across valleys and shaking the forest with sudden, powerful cracks. Rain hammered against leaves, rivers swelled, and for a while the rushing water drowned out animal voices. When the storm passed, the calls resumed, often louder and clearer in the cooler, freshly washed air. Evening brought a gentle mix of sounds as day-active animals quieted and night-active ones grew bold. It was a cycle that repeated endlessly, changing with the seasons, but always returning. Imagine standing in a Jurassic forest clearing. You hear the soft hiss of wind in conifer needles, the chirps of small reptiles, the hum of insects near your ears. In the distant background, a sauropod rumbles, the sound so low it is felt as much as heard. Closer by, a stegosaur bellows, a warning to a nearby predator. Suddenly, all the calls fall silent, and the forest holds its breath in an instant. An allosaur steps into the clearing, its deep growl vibrating through your chest. The moment it passes, the sounds slowly return, first the insects, then the birds, then the deeper voices of the giants. That intricate layering of noise and silence was the very pulse of the Jurassic. The soundscape was not just about noise, it was about information. Animals used it to make critical decisions, to find sustenance, to avoid danger, and to choose mates. The forests, plains, wetlands, and seas of the Jurassic were permeated with messages traveling through the air and water, each one vital to the survival of the myriad creatures that made it their home. The world of that time was constantly talking, and every species had to listen with exquisite attention. The Jurassic world was not only meticulously shaped by its sprawling forests, its vast, restless oceans, and its incredible array of animals. Beneath it all, the Earth itself was ceaselessly restless. Volcanoes, like fiery architects, and tectonic shifts, those immense, imperceptible movements of the planet's crust, defined the landscapes as profoundly as any living thing, and the myriad land animals, the abundant plants, and the diverse marine life all had to adapt to a planet that was, in its very essence, constantly undergoing monumental change. Fire and stone were pervasive, omnipresent elements in this distant age, sometimes dormant for centuries, then suddenly roaring to life in cataclysmic eruptions that covered entire valleys, dramatically darkened skies, and fundamentally reshaped entire ecosystems. These events were not rare, isolated accidents. They were ongoing, intrinsic features of a world still laboriously pulling itself apart from the colossal supercontinent of Pangaea. The apical breakup of Pangaea generated enormous stresses within the Earth's rigid crust. As the immense land masses split and ponderously drifted apart, profound rifts opened, ceaselessly pulling continents under and allowing molten magma to rise from deep within the mantle. That surging magma created extensive volcanic chains and vast basalt flows that spread for hundreds, even thousands of kilometers. Ancient lava fields buried forests, diverted rivers, and engulfed plains, covering them in layers of enduring stone that would persist for millions of years. Volcanic gases poured into the atmosphere, contributing significantly to the pervasive greenhouse climate that rendered the Jurassic so remarkably warm. The Earth itself was, in essence, breathing fire, and every creature alive at that time was compelled to live with that powerful, volatile reality. Imagine, if you will, Standing near one of these formidable rift valleys, at first the ground might subtly tremble, shaking trees and instinctively sending animals fleeing. Then a profound crack would open, glowing with incandescent molten rock as magma powerfully pushed upward. In a matter of hours or days, the eruption would intensify, with fountains of lava rising high into the sky. Rivers of glowing orange liquid rock would flow downhill, igniting vegetation in their path. Vast ash clouds would spread upward, blocking the very sun, transforming day into an eerie twilight. For miles around, the world would change in an instant. Animals would scatter in terror, rivers would boil with superheated water, and forests would vanish beneath the fiery onslaught. And yet, as destructive as these eruptions were in the short term, they also paradoxically created new land, new fertile soils, and new opportunities for life to re-establish itself. The Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, which began forming near the close of the Triassic and continued its colossal activity into the Jurassic, stands as one of the largest volcanic events in Earth's entire history. It produced vast, unimaginable outpourings of basalt, covering immense areas that would eventually become parts of North America, South America, Africa, and Europe. These monumental flows profoundly altered climates globally, ceaselessly pumping carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and driving significant shifts in ecosystems. They left behind enduring geological formations that we can still observe today, silent yet powerful reminders of how massive the Earth's volcanic forces were at that distant time. But not all volcanic activity was so overtly catastrophic. Many volcanoes erupted more quietly, gently spilling lava gradually, or releasing ash that, remarkably, fertilized the surrounding soils. Plants often returned with astonishing rapidity after eruptions, with ferns frequently being among the first pioneers to recolonize scorched ground. These fast-growing pioneers diligently stabilized soils and paved the way for cycads and conifers to follow. Within decades, areas utterly destroyed by fire could transform into verdant green once again, transformed into new forests, rooted in nutrient-rich volcanic soils. The cycle of destruction and renewal was constant, a pervasive rhythm of the land, as familiar to Jurassic life as the ceaseless fall of rain or the drama of storms. Earthquakes were an intrinsic part of this dynamic, too. As tectonic plates shifted beneath the surface, they produced sudden, powerful jolts that cracked the land, altered the courses of rivers, and triggered devastating landslides. Herds of dinosaurs may have instinctively felt the ground shake beneath them, scattering in a primal response even before they fully comprehended what had caused it. Entire sections of coastline may have shifted dramatically during seismic events, changing habitats overnight. In regions where rifting was most intense, earthquakes could be frequent, rendering the land itself feel inherently unstable to the creatures that lived there. Volcanoes also subtly influenced the atmosphere and climate in nuanced ways. While eruptions undeniably released carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases that warmed the Earth, they also produced vast quantities of ash and sulfur dioxide that could temporarily block sunlight. This implied that after a major eruption, local or even global temperatures might drop for months or even years. Plants struggled in reduced sunlight, animals faced lean, challenging times, and ecosystems had to adapt to sudden scarcity. Fossil evidence suggests that some disruptions in Jurassic life coincided with pulses of intense volcanic activity, powerfully demonstrating how closely biology and geology were intricately linked. Marine environments were likewise profoundly affected. Ash falling into the sea altered water chemistry, sometimes making it more acidic or reducing crucial oxygen levels. Lava flows entering shallow seas caused water to boil and instantly killed local marine life. But over time, these same processes created new coastlines and underwater platforms where reefs could flourish. The Tethys Ocean in particular was meticulously shaped by constant geological activity, its coastlines redrawn again and again by volcanic forces. Life adapted by shifting, migrating, or evolving new strategies, always responding to the profound changes beneath its feet and fins. The sound and sight of Jurassic volcanoes must have been utterly unforgettable. The deafening roar of eruptions carried for miles, rumbling through the ground with palpable force. Ash fell like a desolate snow, coating ferns and cycads in thick grey layers. Lightning often sparked within vast ash clouds, crackling ominously across dark, smoke-choked skies. At night, the incandescent glow of lava could transform entire horizons into a fiery red. Animals responded instinctively, moving away from danger if they could. Some were caught, their remains preserved in layers of ash and lava that hardened into enduring stone. These fossils provide us with direct, unequivocal evidence of the intimate link between life and volcanic activity, powerfully demonstrating how sudden geological events froze moments of the past in incredible detail. Volcanoes also played a crucial role in long-term planetary processes. By ceaselessly releasing gases, they influenced the global carbon cycle. By meticulously building new land, they fundamentally altered the shape of continents and seaways. By creating fertile soils, they helped sustain the burgeoning vegetation that nourished herbivores, which in turn supported predators. This profound cycle was destructive in the short term, but profoundly creative in the long term. Without volcanic activity, the landscapes of the Jurassic would not have possessed their distinctive appearance, and the animals would not have had the habitats that sustained them. It is important to remember that not all volcanic regions were deadly, desolate wastelands. Many were thriving ecosystems between eruptions. Streams ran across cooled lava, forests grew on volcanic slopes, and animals moved through valleys bordered by dormant cones. To the dinosaurs and other creatures living there, these were simply intrinsic parts of their world, no more threatening in daily life than storms or lurking predators. Only during eruptions did the danger become immediate and overwhelming. For the rest of the time, life carried on, meticulously shaping itself around the pervasive presence of fire and stone without hesitation. In some regions, volcanic landscapes became permanent, defining fixtures of dinosaur movement. Herds of sauropods may have traveled across plains shaped by ancient lava flows, diligently feeding on vegetation that grew in volcanic soils. Predators followed them, leaving trackways that we can still discover today, exquisitely preserved in hardened ash. Rivers carved their way through volcanic rock, creating dramatic canyons and fertile floodplains. Over time, these geological features became as much an intrinsic part of the environment as the plants and animals themselves. The intricate interplay between volcanoes and shifting continents never ceased. The ceaseless movement of tectonic plates created mountains and valleys, opening new habitats while closing others. The rising and falling of land altered rainfall patterns, redirected rivers, and changed the spread of vegetation. Dinosaurs, mammals, insects, and amphibians all had to adapt constantly to these relentless changes. Some species vanished, others thrived. But the dynamic Earth kept tirelessly driving evolution forward. Picture, if you will, a Jurassic Valley just after a dramatic eruption. Ash blankets the ground, muffling sound. A few charred trees stand black against the sky, stark reminders of the recent fury. But already, delicate green shoots are pushing up through the grey, resilient ferns reclaiming the scorched land. Small mammals emerge cautiously from their hidden burrows. Insects return, their tiny wings buzzing with renewed life. And before long, herds of dinosaurs move back into the area. What initially appeared to be utter destruction has once again transformed into boundless opportunity. This was the ceaseless rhythm of the Jurassic world. The Jurassic world was, in its essence, a greenhouse planet. There were no colossal polar ice caps, no desolate frozen tundras, and no immense glaciers slowly creeping across continents. Instead, a pervasive warmth extended from the equator toward the poles, thereby creating conditions that permitted vegetation and animals to spread across regions that today are locked in ice and utterly barren. But a world without ice did not equate to a world without seasons, and it certainly did not mean a world without powerful dramatic storms. The climate was dynamic, ceaselessly driven by shifting currents, powerful rainfall, and intricate weather systems that meticulously shaped the daily lives of every single creature. The profound absence of permanent ice meant that global sea levels were significantly higher, flooding ancient coastlines and creating wide, shallow seas that extended far inland. These vast seas efficiently absorbed heat from the sun, diligently distributing it through powerful currents that carried warmth across the entire planet. The outcome was a climate demonstrably more uniform than today's, with smaller, less dramatic differences between equatorial and polar regions. But even within this pervasive general warmth, local variations were highly significant. Towering mountain ranges created pronounced rain shadows, effectively blocking moisture and leaving arid deserts in their wake. Coastal regions were lush and verdant, while inland areas were more arid. Rainfall was abundant in some places, and strikingly scarce in others. Seasons were still profoundly present, though their manifestation differed dramatically from the ones you know. Instead of ice and snow defining winter, seasons were marked more prominently by changes in rainfall patterns and the intensity of storms. Monsoon-like cycles occurred in some regions, where months of heavy torrential rain were succeeded by months of profound dryness. These distinct wet and dry cycles exerted profound effects on plants and animals. Ferns and cycads flourished luxuriantly during rainy periods, spreading quickly across fertile floodplains. During drier months, vegetation became scarcer, compelling herbivores to travel farther or to feed on tougher, less palatable plants. Herd migrations may have followed these seasonal rhythms, with sauropods moving across vast valleys and plains in relentless search of the next flush of growth. Storms were powerful, defining features of this ancient climate. Warm seas fueled massive weather systems, similar to the hurricanes and cyclones of today, but likely more frequent and intense in some regions due to consistently higher global temperatures. These storms brought torrential rains, high winds, and extensive coastal flooding. Forests could be flattened, river systems swollen to immense proportions, and coastlines reshaped in a matter of days. Dinosaurs and other animals living in storm-prone areas had to adapt by moving to higher ground, seeking shelter in dense forests, or simply enduring the chaos. For smaller animals, burrows provided crucial protection. For larger ones, survival depended on mobility and sheer resilience. The constant cycle of storms and rainfall profoundly influenced the structure of ecosystems. Wetlands formed in low-lying areas, providing crucial habitats for amphibians, reptiles, and insects. Floodplains became exceptionally fertile zones, enriched by sediments tirelessly carried by rivers during seasonal floods. Forestry grew rapidly after storms, deftly taking advantage of disturbed ground and increased nutrients. Fire also played a role, because lightning from storms frequently ignited vegetation. These fires cleared old growth, making vital space for new plants. The intricate interaction of storms, floods, and fires created a mosaic of habitats, each at a different stage of regrowth, which supported diverse communities of animals. Evidence of this ancient weather is found meticulously preserved in rock layers. Sedimentary deposits reveal repeated cycles of flooding and drying, with mud cracks, ripple marks, and layers of sand left by shifting rivers. Fossilized soils reveal patterns of seasonal wetness and dryness. In some places, growth rings in fossilized wood show variations that correspond to seasonal changes. Collectively, these clues tell us that the Jurassic climate was not static. Even if it was generally warm, it pulsed with cycles of rain, storm, and sun that animals had to diligently navigate. The absence of ice also influenced ocean circulation. Without cold, dense water sinking at the poles, currents flowed differently than they do today. Warm water extended farther, reducing temperature gradients. This helped stabilize climates, but also concentrated storms in certain regions. The Tethys Ocean, with its warm, shallow waters, was particularly prone to seasonal changes, producing monsoon-like rains along its coasts. Animals living near these shores would have been accustomed to rhythms of flooding and retreat, their lives tied closely to the moods of the sea. Imagine a herd of sauropods in such a world. During the wet season, they grazed on lush vegetation, moving slowly through forests and across floodplains, their massive bodies surrounded by green abundance. But as the rains ended and the dry season began, the ground cracked, rivers shrank, and plants withered. The herd had to travel, covering vast distances to find food. Their deep calls carried across valleys as they moved, coordinating migration. Predators followed, knowing that weakened individuals might fall behind. The entire rhythm of their lives was bound to the cycles of rain and dryness. Smaller animals adapted in different ways. Mammals stayed in burrows during storms, emerging when the rains passed to feed on insects drawn out by wet conditions. Insects themselves timed their life cycles to match seasons, emerging in swarms during the wet months when resources were plentiful. Amphibians bred in temporary pools left by floods, their tadpoles racing to mature before the water dried. Reptiles basked when the skies cleared, diligently storing energy for leaner times. Each strategy reflected the demands of a climate without snow, but teeming with seasonal extremes. Volcanic eruptions added to this complexity. When volcanoes released ash into the atmosphere, weather patterns could shift temporarily. Ash clouds blocked sunlight, cooling areas for months or years. Rain mixed with ash to create acidic conditions that challenged plants. Yet once the skies cleared, the cycle resumed, and storms carried nutrients back into soils. The resilience of Jurassic ecosystems meant that even after major disruptions, life bounced back quickly, often in slightly altered forms that reflected the changes around them. The constant warmth also influenced reproduction and growth. Many reptiles depended on temperature to regulate body heat and egg development. In a warm, stable world, eggs could be laid in a wider range of environments without freezing. Dinosaurs nested in sandy banks, forest clearings, or floodplain soils, their eggs warmed by the sun or by rotting vegetation. Insects multiplied rapidly in warm conditions, supporting vast food webs. Plants grew year-round in many places, though their productivity still varied with rainfall. This consistency of warmth allowed life to flourish on scales impossible in colder climates. It is worth noting that while there was no permanent ice, local extremes still existed. Some high-altitude regions may have experienced frost, and storms could bring sudden drops in temperature. Animals adapted to these shifts just as they adapted to drought and flood. The key feature of the Jurassic climate was not uniform comfort, but dynamic stability. Warmth was constant, but the way that warmth interacted with rain, storms, and landscapes created endless variation. Picture standing in a Jurassic forest as a storm approaches. The air grows heavy, insects fall silent, and leaves rustle with the first gusts of wind. Then rain begins, first as a patter, then as a roar, drenching everything. Thunder rolls, lightning cracks, and rivers swell with sudden force. Dinosaurs move through the downpour, their calls barely audible above the storm. Hours later, the skies clear. Steam rises from wet ground, and the forest hums with life again. That cycle repeated countless times, shaping every plant and animal in the world. The sound of rain, the smell of wet vegetation, the rumble of thunder, the rush of swollen rivers, all of these were constants of the Jurassic experience. They defined how animals fed, bred, and survived. A world without ice was not a world without challenge. It was a world where water, warmth, and storms worked together to create conditions both abundant and demanding. The Jurassic was far more than just a world of colossal giants, moving ponderously across ancient forests and vast seas. It was also an epoch when evolution itself seemed to tirelessly test idea after idea, running countless profound experiments with diverse body plans, intricate behaviors, and ingenious survival strategies. Some of these evolutionary experiments became the very foundational bedrock for lineages that still grace our planet today. Others proved to be evolutionary dead ends, fascinating in their fleeting existence, but ultimately temporary, enduring for a few million years before gracefully disappearing into the annals of deep time. Taken collectively, these myriad trials and adaptations reveal a planet constantly reshaping its vast cast of life, meticulously filling every available niche, and then boldly trying new solutions when fundamental conditions subtly shifted. Dinosaurs themselves were already astonishingly diverse by this pivotal point in Earth's history. Sauropods stretched into some of the largest land animals ever known. Their colossal forms a testament to the planet's abundance. Stegosaurs bore distinctive bony plates along their backs, and formidable spiked tails for defense. Ornithopods were smaller but remarkably agile, possessing specialized beaks exquisitely adapted for grazing on plants close to the ground. Each of these distinct groups was an integral part of this vast evolutionary workshop, diligently exploring different ways to feed, defend themselves, and simply survive. The profound differences in their teeth, jaws, and limbs powerfully demonstrate how evolution responded to the abundant availability of plants and the pervasive pressure of predators. Where one group grew larger to deter attackers, another ingeniously developed armor, where one stretched its neck to reach high vegetation, another cultivated speed to escape danger. Predators, too, experimented with form. Allosaurs evolved into apex hunters with formidable skulls precisely designed for slashing bites. Their relatives of varying sizes efficiently filled secondary predator roles, some relying on sheer speed, others on stealth. The fossil record reveals a wide range of theropods during this time, some as small as chickens, others rivaling Allosaurus itself in magnitude. In their meticulously preserved bones, we can discern the nascent beginnings of traits that would one day define birds: lighter skeletons, flexible wrists, and the delicate presence of feathers. These adaptations did not all evolve for flight. Initially, feathers may have originally provided insulation, served for vibrant display, or aided in balance. Only later were they ingeniously co-opted into wings that carried animals into the air. The first true birds were an intrinsic part of this broader experimentation. Archaeopteryx was one of several forms diligently testing the possibilities of feathered flight. Its claws, teeth, and long tail rendered it distinct from modern birds, but its nascent wings powerfully demonstrate that it was already moving beyond mere gliding into the realm of powered flight. This profound transition did not occur in one singular leap. It was the cumulative product of countless small, incremental changes, each diligently building upon the last. Some experiments inevitably failed, producing creatures that could not effectively compete with pterosaurs or other dinosaurs. Others succeeded, laying the indispensable groundwork for one of the most successful lineages in Earth's history. In the vast, restless oceans, the evolutionary workshop was equally bustling. Ichthyosaurs meticulously refined their dolphin-like bodies, some developing immense eyes for hunting in the deep, dim waters, others growing to colossal sizes. Plesiosaurs diverged into long-necked and short-necked forms, one specializing in snatching small fish with rapid, precise strikes, the other in crushing larger prey with massive jaws. Ammonites produced endless, intricate variations of shells, coiling in tight spirals, stretching into eccentric shapes, or developing complex ridges and spines. These differences may have served as defenses against predators or as ingenious adaptations to different depths and currents. Their sheer abundance powerfully demonstrates how successful these experiments were, even if no ammonites survive today. Reefs were home to their own intricate evolutionary trials. Corals, sponges, and algae formed enduring partnerships that created entire thriving ecosystems. Crustaceans evolved stronger, more specialized claws, better suited to cracking shells or meticulously scraping surfaces. Fish diversified into more specialized forms, some built for breathtaking speed in open water, others shaped for intricate maneuvering within coral branches. Sharks experimented with diverse teeth designs, from narrow, piercing spikes to broad serrations, diligently testing which proved most effective for the prey around them. The reefs were crowded, dynamic arenas of competition, and the remarkable variety of fossils preserved within them demonstrates just how many strategies life meticulously explored. Even plants were engaged in experimentation. Conifers dominated forests with towering trunks and needles, but cycads tested different shapes and sizes, some small and shrub-like, others resembling palms. Ferns spread across the ground in endless verdant mats, while horsetails grew tall in wetlands. These groups may not have produced flowers yet, but their cones, spores, and seeds represented different solutions to reproduction. Some relied on wind, others on water, and some even on early insects. The Jurassic greenhouse climate encouraged growth on massive scales, but it also tested which plants could survive fire, drought, and floods. Those that succeeded spread widely, leaving fossilized forests and immense coal deposits as enduring proof of their dominance. The smaller animals of the Jurassic also reveal intricate experiments in survival. Mammals tested nocturnality, burrowing, climbing, and even rudimentary gliding. Some early forms may have stretched skin between their limbs to glide between trees, long before flying squirrels appeared. Their teeth show specialization, with some adapted for insect eating, others for omnivory. Amphibians adjusted to new wetlands, while lizards and turtles diversified into forms that filled different niches. Each of these groups carried forward traits that would prove useful later, even if many individual species ultimately disappeared. What renders the Jurassic so striking is not merely the pervasive presence of these experiments, but the sheer, astonishing scale at which they unfolded. With continents slowly breaking apart, climates subtly shifting, and ecosystems constantly disturbed by the fiery breath of volcanoes and the drama of storms, life was under ceaseless pressure to adapt. Opportunities were ubiquitous, but so were formidable challenges. Those dynamic conditions profoundly encouraged variation. Every new niche created by a rift valley, a shallow sea, or a volcanic slope became a vibrant canvas where evolution could test yet another strategy. Most of those strategies in the grand sweep of time did not endure, but the ones that did survive fundamentally changed the entire course of life on Earth. Some of these ancient experiments appear profoundly strange to us now. Ammonites developed shells with wild, irregular coils that seem almost ornamental in their intricacy, but those peculiar shapes may have helped them float differently in the water or deterred predators. Certain stegosaurs bore not just their characteristic plates, but formidable spikes along their shoulders, extra defenses that may have rendered them harder to attack. Some pterosaurs developed unusual crests on their heads, which could have been for display, for species recognition, or even for aerodynamic balance. These fascinating features serve as a poignant reminder that evolution is not always a straightforward, linear path. Sometimes it produces delightful oddities, and sometimes those very oddities become the crucial key to survival. The compelling evidence for all this incessant experimentation is meticulously preserved in fossils. Ancient quarries reveal layer after layer of different forms, powerfully demonstrating turnovers as species appeared, thrived, and then gracefully vanished. Bone beds reveal sudden die-offs, perhaps from catastrophic floods, while other sites reveal long periods of ecological stability. When paleontologists meticulously compare these layers, they can trace how experiments overlapped, how one group's rise coincided with another's decline, and how biodiversity surged in profound response to environmental change. The Jurassic was not a static, unchanging age. It was a period of constant dynamic testing, where success and failure were indelibly written into enduring stone. For the animals living then, of course, there was no conscious sense of being part of a grand experiment. A small mammal diligently hiding in its burrow was simply trying to survive another day. A sauropod, stretching its impossibly long neck to strip needles from a towering conifer, was simply feeding. An allosaur chasing prey across a vast floodplain was simply hunting. But taken together, their myriad lives represented the collective outcomes of millions of years of trial and error, each generation diligently building on the last. Each adaptation was meticulously tested against the relentless realities of the world. If you attempt to truly imagine standing in that ancient world, what would strike you most is not merely the awe-inspiring size of the giants, but the astonishing variety of everything around them. No two forests were precisely the same. No two coastlines cradled identical reefs. No two valleys echoed with the exact same mix of calls. Every region possessed its own subtle distinctions, because evolution had been tirelessly at work, testing new life forms, meticulously shaping them to fit the local conditions, and if one form proved unsuccessful, another quickly arose to take its place. The Jurassic profoundly deserves its reputation as one of Earth's great ages of life, not only because of the immense abundance of its animals and plants, but because of the ceaseless, boundless creativity at work. It was an epoch when the Earth itself was an active, dynamic laboratory, meticulously reshaping continents and climates, while life responded with an endless array of new forms. Some of those forms were fleeting, ephemeral. Others became the very foundations for the future, but together they rendered the Jurassic a workshop of evolution unlike any other. Survival in the Jurassic was never guaranteed for any creature, irrespective of its magnitude. Every day was profoundly shaped by the ceaseless push and pull between predator and prey, by the constant, relentless search for sustenance, and by the primal need to avoid becoming food in turn. This intrinsic balance defined the age, meticulously creating ecosystems that were simultaneously stable and dynamically fluid, where each species depended intimately on the pervasive presence of others, and where no single advantage lasted forever. The fundamental rules of survival were written not in words, but in fluid movement, in formidable teeth, in protective armor, in intricate herd behavior, and in primal instincts that meticulously determined whether an animal lived long enough to reproduce. For the colossal sauropods, survival implicitly meant feeding almost ceaselessly. Their immense bodies demanded hundreds of pounds of vegetation each day, and their impossibly long necks, immense tails, and specialized digestive systems were all exquisitely adapted to help them meet that insatiable demand. But consuming such prodigious amounts necessitated moving across vast areas, diligently stripping vegetation before shifting to new ground. This constant movement shaped entire landscapes, and it also inevitably exposed them to predators. An adult sauropod was nearly untouchable, but its young were profoundly vulnerable. Herds formed in part to protect juveniles, with adults diligently circling around them when danger approached. The survival of the next generation utterly depended on this ceaseless vigilance. Stegosaurs employed a distinct survival strategy. They could not outgrow predators in the manner of sauropods, but they could effectively defend themselves with their robust armor and formidable weapons. The plates along their backs may have assisted in regulating body heat or signaling to other members of their kind, but their tails were unmistakably defensive. The powerful spikes, notoriously known as the thagomizer, could swing with deadly force, and fossil evidence reveals puncture wounds in predator bones that precisely match these weapons. Survival for stegosaurs implied holding their ground when necessary, thereby keeping predators wary of an attack that could prove fatal. But armor and spikes alone were insufficient. Stegosaurs still had to diligently feed on low-lying vegetation, remain in groups for protection, and maintain constant alertness to threats. Ornithopods and smaller herbivores relied more on sheer speed and agility. With lighter bodies, they could dash into cover or flee across open ground, adeptly avoiding predators before they could draw too close. Some possessed sharp senses, capable of detecting danger with remarkable rapidity. Their specialized beaks allowed them to feed efficiently on plants that others ignored, thereby reducing competition. But survival always came with inherent risks. A moment of hesitation, a stumble in the wrong terrain, or separation from the group could mean immediate death. The balance for these animals was in constant, fluid motion, survival measured in fleeting seconds when predators struck. Predators, for their part, faced challenges just as serious. Allosaurs and their kin were apex hunters, but they could not simply attack anything they desired. A fully grown sauropod could crush or kill them. A stegosaur's tail could impale them. Even smaller herbivores, acting in concert in groups, could trample a predator if they panicked in unison. Hunting demanded precise timing, strategic acumen, and a measure of luck. Fossil evidence of injuries on predator skeletons reveals that many paid the price for failed attempts. Broken ribs, bitten limbs, and infections were common. For predators, the balance lay between profound risk and potential reward. They had to eat to survive, but each hunt carried the inherent possibility of death or crippling injury. Some predators resorted to scavenging when possible. A carcass left behind by a flood, disease, or another predator was a valuable resource. Scavenging reduced risk but introduced intense competition. Multiple predators might converge on the same kill, leading to fierce fights. Smaller scavengers like mammals, insects, and small theropods darted in to claim their share, while larger ones attempted to dominate. Survival in these moments was dictated by hierarchy, with size, aggression, and numbers determining who ate and who went hungry. Insects played their intrinsic part in survival too. Swarms of them consumed carrion quickly, leaving bones picked clean in days. They broke down waste, recycled nutrients, and spread spores and seeds. For small animals like mammals, insects were a primary food source. For larger ones, they were irritants, biting and feeding on blood. Survival sometimes meant enduring clouds of mosquitoes or avoiding areas thick with stinging insects. The smallest creatures were as much a factor in the overall balance as the largest. The seas of the Jurassic maintained their own version of this delicate balance. Ichthyosaurs hunted fish and squid, employing speed and keen vision to survive. Plesiosaurs, with their long necks, struck quickly into schools of prey, while plesiosaurs dominated as apex predators capable of taking almost anything. Fish darted in schools, utilizing numbers as protection, while ammonites relied on their shells and mobility. Sharks adapted their teeth for different diets, some for piercing, some for slicing, each diligently testing a different strategy. Just as on land, every advantage was temporary. Survival depended on constant awareness and relentless adaptation. Weather added another intricate layer. Storms could scatter herds, flood nesting grounds, or wash carcasses downstream. Animals had to adapt not only to each other, but to the inherent unpredictability of the environment. A predator might starve during a season of drought, when herbivores migrated far away. A herbivore might lose its young to sudden flooding. A small mammal might survive a storm only by remaining in its burrow for days. Survival was not simply predator versus prey. It was life versus the powerful forces of Earth itself. The fossil record provides tantalizing glimpses of this ceaseless struggle. Trackways show predator and prey moving side by side, frozen in time as they traversed ancient mud. Bone beds reveal herds that perished together, perhaps caught in catastrophic floods or trapped by devastating drought. Skeletons with healed wounds attest to survivors who endured attacks and lived on. Others show fatal injuries, the dire cost of risk in a world where every decision mattered. Each fossil is a piece of evidence in the story of balance, a poignant reminder that survival was never easy. Even social behavior was profoundly shaped by this balance. Herding in sauropods and stegosaurs significantly reduced the risk of predation. Group hunting, or at least group feeding, may have helped allosaurs dominate larger prey. Communication through sound, sight, or movement helped coordinate responses. A herd that moved cohesively could overwhelm a predator's strategy. A predator that learned to isolate individuals could tip the balance the other way. Every behavior was an intrinsic part of the equation, meticulously refined by millions of years of evolutionary pressure. If you imagine yourself in that ancient world, you would perceive survival everywhere. A mammal scurrying from its burrow at dusk, whiskers twitching as it searches for beetles among ferns. A dragonfly hovering above a pond, vulnerable to a sudden snap from a small reptile. A herd of sauropods, moving steadily across a plain, their young meticulously kept in the middle. An allosaur watching intently from a ridge, weighing whether to risk an attack. A plesiosaur gliding through water, its neck weaving as it scans for prey. Each scene is survival in ceaseless motion. Predator and prey locked in constant primordial tension. What distinguishes the Jurassic is how remarkably stable this balance remained over millions of years. New species appeared, others disappeared, but the overall structure of predator and prey persisted. Plants supported herbivores, herbivores supported predators, scavengers recycled the rest, and decomposers completed the cycle. Storms, volcanoes, and shifting continents occasionally disrupted the balance, but life always re-established it. The balance was never perfect, never without cost, but it was profoundly persistent. It kept ecosystems functioning, allowing the majestic giants of the Jurassic to thrive alongside the smallest, most unassuming creatures. Survival in this age was not about dominance or control. It was about constant, intricate adjustment. Every creature from the smallest insect to the largest sauropod lived by fundamental rules they could never escape: find sustenance, avoid danger, reproduce, and pass on traits that might grant the next generation a chance. That was the delicate, powerful balance of the Jurassic. And it is the very same balance that continues on Earth today, written in different forms, but with the same unbreakable logic. When we contemplate the Jurassic, almost everything we comprehend originates from the indelible traces left behind in stone. The magnificent animals, the abundant plants, and even the ancient landscapes themselves are long gone, vanished into the depths of geological time. But their remains and their subtle impressions were preserved in ways that allow us to meticulously reconstruct their vibrant world. Fossils are far more than mere bones displayed in sterile museum halls. They are profound records of life, of death, of intricate behavior, and of the ancient environment itself. Each one is a solitary data point in a colossal story written across millions of years, and collectively they permit us to perceive how the Earth appeared and how its myriad creatures lived during this astounding age. The most immediately recognizable fossils are, of course, the bones of dinosaurs, often massive and inherently dramatic. Sauropod skeletons gracefully stretch across museum halls, their necks arching majestically overhead, and their immense tails sweeping behind. Allosaur skulls grin with rows of serrated teeth, while stegosaurs proudly display the armor and spikes that once defended them. These skeletons do not merely inform us about size and shape, they reveal posture, the intricate attachment points of muscles, and even the subtle ways animals move. By meticulously studying the joints, paleontologists can reconstruct walking speeds, feeding behaviors, and the potential range of motion. The bones themselves are, in essence, maps of the lives they once supported. But fossils extend far beyond mere bones. Trackways, the impeccably preserved footprints of dinosaurs, are equally valuable. When a herd of sauropods ponderously crossed a floodplain, their immense weight pressed deep impressions into the soft mud. When that mud eventually dried and hardened, it meticulously captured their steps. Millions of years later, we can still observe those tracks, sometimes stretching for hundreds of meters. They reveal not just that sauropods were present, but how they moved. Parallel lines suggest herds walking together. Differences in stride length indicate adults and juveniles moving side by side. Occasionally, predator tracks intersect with herbivore tracks, subtly hinting at a nascent hunt. These frozen paths are vivid snapshots of behavior, far more dynamic than bones alone can provide. Fossilized nests and eggs offer another invaluable window into Jurassic life. Dinosaurs laid eggs in sandy banks, fertile floodplains, or forest clearings, and in some remarkable cases, the nests themselves were preserved. Eggshell fragments reveal intricate details of structure and composition. Entire clutches have been discovered, sometimes with embryonic remains inside. These profound discoveries inform us about reproduction, growth, and parental strategies. Some nests suggest that dinosaurs return to the same sites year after year. Others show evidence of communal nesting, with multiple individuals laying eggs in the same area. These fossils serve as powerful reminders that dinosaurs were not merely skeletons, but living, breathing animals with life cycles as complex as any modern species. Plants left their indelible marks too. Impressions of ferns, cycads, and conifers are common in Jurassic rock, their fronds, cones, and leaves pressed into mud and silt, leaving delicate outlines that hardened into enduring stone. Some are so meticulously detailed that the veins of the leaves are still visible. These fossils provide direct evidence of the vegetation that sustained herbivores. They illustrate how plants were distributed across environments, how forest was structured, and how prairies and wetlands appeared. Coal deposits, derived from Jurassic plants, also reveal the immense volume of vegetation that grew and decomposed, diligently storing carbon that profoundly shaped the ancient atmosphere. Insects, though minute, appear in some fossil deposits with remarkable clarity. The fine limestone layers of places like Germany preserve wings, bodies, and even antennae. Beetles, dragonflies, and flies look almost modern in their intricate details. These fossils help us comprehend the crucial role of insects in Jurassic ecosystems, illustrating what species existed and how they might have interacted with plants and animals. Sometimes even the delicate traces of their activities are preserved, such as burrows in wood or feeding marks on leaves. These are the smallest fossils, but they diligently fill in essential details of the grand picture. Marine fossils are equally rich. Ammonites are among the most abundant. Their coiled shells discovered in deposits worldwide. They evolved rapidly and spread widely, which renders them excellent index fossils for precisely dating rock layers. Their shells often exhibit complex suture patterns, the intricate lines where the chamber walls met the outer shell. These patterns are so intricate that they almost appear decorative, but they were functional, diligently strengthening the shell and assisting with buoyancy. Fossil beds filled with ammonites demonstrate their immense numbers and their central role in marine food chains. Other marine fossils include fish skeletons preserved with scales and fins intact. Some even contain stomach contents, revealing their ancient diets. Ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs also appear in fossil form, sometimes nearly complete. One famous ichthyosaur fossil beautifully depicts a mother giving birth with a baby halfway emerged, frozen in the act. This single fossil proved that ichthyosaurs gave live birth rather than laying eggs, fundamentally changing our understanding of their biology. Plesiosaurs are often discovered in marine sediments, their long necks and flippers preserved in positions that suggest how they swam. These fossils bring the oceans of the Jurassic back to life in vivid, compelling detail. Coprolites, or fossilized droppings, may not possess the glamour of skeletons, but they are just as critically important. They reveal what animals ate, often containing plant fragments, bone shards, or insect part. By meticulously studying coprolites, paleontologists can connect predators to prey and herbivores to specific plants. They provide direct evidence of diet that bones alone cannot. In some cases, coprolites are large enough to suggest they originated from sauropods, giving us a sense of the sheer volume of food processed daily by these giants. Fossilized burrows and traces of movement constitute another significant category. Small mammals or reptiles digging into soil left tunnels that hardened over time. Worms and other invertebrates left trails in sediment that later transformed into stone. These fossils, or trace fossils, illustrate activity rather than anatomy, but they are just as revealing. They demonstrate how animals interacted with their environments, where they lived, and how they behaved. Volcanic ash layers sometimes preserve fossils in exquisite detail. When eruptions buried animals or plants quickly, they sealed them off from decay. In some cases, entire communities were preserved together. These ash beds are veritable time capsules, freezing a moment in the Jurassic for us to study millions of years later. They can contain everything, from insects and plants to dinosaurs and marine reptiles, all within the same deposit, offering a breathtaking snapshot of the ecosystem as it was. Fossils also inform us about injuries, diseases, and survival. Bones with healed fractures demonstrate that animals could survive serious injuries. Infections appear as changes in bone texture. Arthritis is visible in joint. Predators sometimes possess broken teeth, compelling evidence of struggles with prey. Herbivores bear scars from attacks they survived. These intricate details remind us that life in the Jurassic was not merely about growth and reproduction. It was also about endurance, pain, and healing. Not all fossils are dramatic or complete. Many are mere fragments, a single tooth, a partial limb, a shell broken in half. But even these fragments are immensely valuable. A tooth can reveal the animal it originated from and what it consumed. A shell fragment can date a layer of rock. A bone shard can hint at a predator-prey interaction. Fossils accumulate piece by piece, and paleontologists diligently assemble them into broader pictures of ecosystems and timelines. The very process of fossilization is an intrinsic part of the story. Most living things never become fossils. They decay, are consumed, or are destroyed by weather and erosion. For fossilization to occur, conditions must be precisely right. Rapid burial in mud, ash, or sand helps protect remains from scavengers and decay. Over time, minerals gradually replace organic material, transforming bone or shell into stone. Sometimes, only impressions remain, like delicate leaves pressed into silt. The rarity of fossilization means that each discovery is precious, representing a small chance that life left behind a permanent record. Despite this rarity, Jurassic fossils are discovered on every continent. In North America, formations like the Morrison preserve rich assemblages of dinosaurs, plants, and trackways. In Europe, limestone quarries preserve delicate fossils like Archaeopteryx and insects. In China, fine sediments have revealed feathered dinosaurs and early mammals. In Africa and South America, sauropods and other giants left their remains in vast deposits. These discoveries are global, powerfully demonstrating that the story of the Jurassic was not confined to one place, but was a worldwide phenomenon. When we gaze upon these fossils today, meticulously arranged in museums or studied intently under microscopes, they are far more than mere objects. They are profound connections to a world that no human eye ever witnessed, but a world that irrevocably shaped the very course of life we inherited. Every bone, every track, every leaf impression, and every shell fragment is a piece of evidence that speaks eloquently across the gulf of time. They tell us that the Jurassic was not an abstract age of colossal giants, but a real, living, breathing world, teeming with intricate complexity. The stone itself carries those ancient voices forward, allowing us to listen if we only pay attention with a quiet, open heart. You have now in your mind's quiet journey walked through immense forests of conifers taller than buildings, stood amidst prairies of ferns, stretching toward the vast ancient horizon, dived into primordial oceans, where sleek ichthyosaurs darted after immense schools of fish, and lifted your gaze to skies where the very first birds tentatively tested uncertain wings, while magnificent pterosaurs glided effortlessly overhead. You have envisioned colossal sauropods moving in herds like living mountains, observed formidable stegosaurs swinging their spiked tails defensively against lurking predators, and witnessed powerful allosaurs carefully weighing the inherent risk of each hunt. You have watched innumerable insects hume ceaselessly through ancient wetlands, seen tiny mammals scurry furtively under the protective cover of ferns, and heard amphibians croak rhythmically from shaded pools. And as you followed each step of this profound journey, you have also, in your imagination, felt the very ground shake with the fiery breath of volcanoes, sensed powerful storms sweep across verdant valleys, and perceived continents slowly, majestically splitting apart. The Jurassic was never static, never truly silent, never entirely still. It was a world vibrantly alive in every conceivable sense, and the enduring traces it left behind in stone are but fragments of how rich and astonishing it truly was. But as you gently drift back toward your own present time, the immense distance between that ancient epoch and now feels simultaneously immense and paradoxically surprisingly small. 200 million years is a stretch of time so vast it defies ordinary human imagination. Yet the animals and plants of that distant time still echo subtly in the living things that surround you today. The birds at your window in their effortless flight carry the ancient legacy of Archaeopteryx and other feathered dinosaurs. Crocodiles, basking in the sunlit rivers, retain body plans already remarkably well established during the Jurassic. The insects that buzz in the warm summer air play roles their ancestors played just as reliably when stegosaurs and diplodocus fed nearby. Even the forests, though transformed by the flowering plants that evolved later, carry a profound lineage that stretches back to those ancient conifers and cycads. The Jurassic is not truly gone. It is intricately folded into the present, an indelible part of our ongoing story. Survival, then, just as it is now, was fundamentally about balance. Herbivores needed to consume enough to grow, but not so much that they utterly destroyed the vital plants around them. Predators needed to take enough prey to survive, but not so much that populations collapsed. Insects, amphibians, and mammals had to diligently find their corners within the intricate system, skillfully exploiting the small spaces left open by the colossal giants. That balance was inherently imperfect, ceaselessly tested by powerful storms, fiery eruptions, and shifting continents. Yet, life endured, adapted, and even thrived with astonishing resilience. Looking at the world now, the very same pattern tirelessly continues. Ecosystems still depend utterly on that delicate, dynamic balance. Even though the specific players are different, the fundamental rules are the same, meticulously written into the very fabric of life itself. Fossils are the ancient voices that speak eloquently across the immense gulf of time, and the profound fact that we can hold them in our hands or walk among their majestic forms in museum halls is a powerful reminder of how intimately connected we are to that distant world. A single tooth carries the profound story of a predator's life. A footprint, pressed into ancient mud, carries the epic story of a herd on the move. A fern leaf, exquisitely preserved in stone, carries the vital story of photosynthesis millions of years before humans even graced the planet. Each fossil tells us, unequivocally, that the world has been vibrantly alive far longer than we have been here to witness it. And each fossil also serves as a poignant reminder that extinction, too, is an intrinsic part of that grand unfolding story. Many of the magnificent animals you have met across this journey no longer grace the earth. Their disappearance was not always sudden or catastrophic. Sometimes it was gradual, the slow, graceful fade of a lineage, subtly replaced by another. Other times it was rapid, the product of immense upheavals in climate or geology. Either way, the history of life is meticulously written in both survival and loss. The Jurassic also imparts the profound lesson that resilience is deeply built into the system. After eruptions covered valleys in ash, ferns, the pioneering life forms, returned first diligently followed by cycads and conifers. After powerful storms flooded plains, sediments enriched soils, and allowed new growth to flourish. After predators struck, herds regrouped, offspring survived, and the delicate balance reset. Even in the face of global change, life consistently found a way forward. That pattern of enduring resilience is one of the most consistent and comforting lessons in Earth's deep history. It does not imply that life is invincible, but it signifies that adaptation and renewal are as constant as challenge and disruption. If you contemplate your own immediate surroundings, you can still perceive the subtle, pervasive influence of that ancient balance. Birds in flight are living, breathing proof that small, feathered dinosaurs took to the skies. Mammals, once tiny insect hunters lurking in the shadows of the Jurassic, are now among the most dominant animals on land. Plants have changed, with flowering species spreading widely in the later Cretaceous. But the foundational framework, laid by Jurassic conifers and cycads, remains. Even the continents beneath your feet carry the indelible marks of that time. Rift valleys, majestic mountain ranges, and sweeping coastlines, shaped during the Jurassic, still fundamentally define our contemporary geography. The world you inhabit is not separate from that distant age. It is the culmination, the profound result, of everything that came before. As you settle back from that immense journey through deep time, allow yourself to picture the gentle, timeless rhythm of a single Jurassic day. Morning light filters softly through towering conifers, insects already buzzing with life as reptiles bask in the pervasive warmth. Herds of sauropods move slowly, ponderously, toward feeding grounds, their calls resonating in deep, low rumbles. Predators stir, scanning the landscape for opportunities. By afternoon, powerful storms roll in, drenching forests and swelling rivers, thunder shaking the very ground. Evening brings cooler, damp air, frogs and insects rising into vibrant choruses. Night settles, mammals emerge cautiously, and early birds, owls not yet existing, flap tentatively between trees. This ancient rhythm never ceased for millions of years, repeating endlessly until the age gracefully gave way to the next. That profound continuity, that enduring persistence, is what fossils so beautifully capture, and it is what intimately connects you to a world that seems impossibly far away. The closing reflection on the Jurassic is not that it was utterly alien, but that it was profoundly real, undeniably physical, and vibrantly teeming with life. It was a world where survival depended on the very same fundamental forces that shape existence today: sustenance, water, shelter, reproduction, and ceaseless adaptation. The specific animals and plants were indeed different, but the underlying logic was precisely the same. The indelible traces they left behind in stone allow us to know them, to comprehend how they lived, and to realize that the Earth has always been dynamic, always in motion, always vibrantly alive with ceaseless experiments and intricate balances. And now, as you return to your own time, you carry those ancient images with you, not as distant myths or unreachable curiosities, but as an intrinsic part of the very same story you belong to. The earth you walk on is the earth they walked on. The skies you gaze upon are the skies they tested. The oceans you know are intimately connected to the seas they swam. 200 million years may indeed stretch the imagination to its limits, but it does not fundamentally break the thread of connection. The Jurassic is still here, written into enduring stone, carried into the present by living descendants, and patiently waiting for you to remember it whenever you choose to look back and to drift into a peaceful cosmic sleep.